Justin's operatives, commanders and dolls, future administrators and operators. We are back with Snowbreak video. This is we're doing a story mode, and we're in a new story event. Beyond Elysium. I think that's what it's called. I'm still having trouble trying to pronounce some of these words, so bear with me. Let's get on with it. So, we have to go through the main story. I have not started any of these. I don't know how long this will take. I hope this will take less than 4 hours. If it's more than 4 hours, please subscribe to this channel. It will help me a lot if you haven't already. With any case, maybe no matter how hard I try, I'll never reach it. Even so, I choose to step that first step, to start running. Ah, that must be it. I started running because I wanted to reach that light. Beyond, an endless sky unfurl. Okay, I'm not sure if it's Mia talking or I'm talking, so I'm gonna do the monologue for now. It was a view that needed no upward glance. One needed simply look ahead to see it. It offered no road to tread upon and no end in sight. Unlike those below, the people of New Hetero lives as if boundaries didn't exist. Okay, then I guess it is me speaking. And yet, something still held them back. That very same sky. A barrier no one could break through, no matter how much I ran. In this Skytopia, where all conflicts were said to be resolved, the problems that plagued the ground still persisted. A sudden gust, and the girl let go of the paper plane. Its white wings traced a fleeting arc through the sky. Then it vanished, swallowed by clouds beyond the reach of sight, drifting down and back towards the earth. The petite girl tipped her head back, puffing her choppy bangs away from her face.
卒業したらうちのお店を継ぐんだ。
The reply came from her friend, a girl with glossy blonde curls.
あんた大学行かないの？だって受かる自信ないし。やってみなきゃわかんないっしょ？諦めちゃうの？うん、頑張ったけどね。勉強向いてないから。まあね、私らもミアみたいに遊びながらでもいい点取れたらいいのにな。褒められちゃった。ってもしかして嫌味言われた
？The pink-haired girl's smug look melted into one of suspicion. I thought there would be dialogue to this. I thought she would say something. Did I skip it? However, the teasing grin of the petite girl's face quickly turned into a pitiful little yelp. Watching them banter, the blonde girl sighs and shot a more serious look Mia's way.
Mia は卒業したら何するの？覚醒者かな？それじゃあ一緒に遊ぶ時間が減っちゃうじゃん。覚醒者って冗談でしょ？私が聞きたいのはそういうことじゃなくて。合体と昇格者、どっちになりたいかだよ。私は合体かな？聞いてないよ。 やっぱ豪邸っしょ。ミアの家豪邸エリアにあるし。だから聞いてないって。それにさ、豪邸エリアに住んでるからって豪邸にならなきゃいけないって決まりはないし。昇格者もイケてるとは思うけどね。じゃあミアは昇格者になるの？そうって、もうみんな進路決めたってのにまだ迷ってんの？やばくない？そうだよ。そんなのミアらしくないよ。ミアも豪邸になんないよ。だからまだ決めてないって。あんた昔から人の話全然聞かないよね。っていうか、私は昔からこうだもん。分かってくれるのあんたらだけだし。
Understand, huh? Mia lifted her eyes to the sky, so close she could almost touch it. She'd grown up in the city, adrift above the clouds, the heavens always within reach. And yet the single word understand still felt alien to her somehow. New Hentaro, a city of miracles, have given its people the chance to touch the sky, but never taught them how to fly. Like that paper airplane she let go just a moment ago, capable of only drawing a brief arc across the sky.
皆様、カラフルウィング号はただいまニューガントラ空港に到着いたしました。またのご利用を乗務員一同心よりお待ち申し上げております。
What's funny? She said ladies and gentlemen, but you will never see any male characters in the game. At least the dialogue of this. But in game, you're not gonna see any male characters past certain patches. This is like one of them. As that familiar announcement echoed overhead, I realized I was back at the city that meant more to me than most.
ここがニューガントラ。
Haru, why are you in your original outfit? I thought you'd be in your abacus. I don't know how you pronounce it, but I'm just gonna say abacus. That's right. The city in the sky, floating far above the noise of the world. What do you think of this place, Haru?
つまり、現段階の作戦環境を評価してほしいのか?
Her response left me momentarily speechless. Truth is, I just want to hear what she thought of the place. But seeing her already in mission mode, I decided to let it play out for now.
ここは開けていて、防御には不向きだ。てっきりミッドガルトと同レベルの防御システムを要する場所かと思ったが、自分の勘違いだったか。いや、通常とは異なる防御システムが使われている可能性もある。なるほど。周囲に浮かんでいる島々が防御システムの一部ということか。
Sharp as our Haru. But what if we tried looking at the city from a different angle?
どういうことだ?
Just picture yourself as a regular tourist. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. She got the hint immediately.
わかった。
She closed her eyes, lightly steadied her breath. A few seconds later, she slowly opened them again.
第一印象はやはり開けているだな。思ったよりもガランとしている。ここに立つと本当に雲の上にいるのだと実感してしまう。心も いつの間にか落ち着いている。
Now that's more like it. Remember, we're supposed to be a couple here on business.
カップル。わかった。
She gave a small nod, lifting her arms with security department precision. But the moment her hand brushed mine, the moment softened. Her lashes lowered, the tips of her ears flushed pink, her breath itches.
これでどうだ？
Perfect. A quiet laugh escaped me, and I felt her arms tighten with bashful tension. Gently, I drew her into my arms. A shy, delighted sound slipped from her lips, and in a heartbeat, the brush spread from her ears to her cheeks. Her forehead rested against my shoulders, her warm breath seeping through the fabric. A few seconds later, she drew in a deep breath.
報告します、長官。
She slipped back to her old ways of addressing me.
至近距離での接触により、体温と心拍数が急上昇しています。10秒間の自己調整、許可願います。
Approved. I answered her half jokingly, then tightened my grip on her hand. To stay low profile, Haru and I dressed in plain clothes. I slowly paced my Hold on. I slowed my pace on purpose, hoping it might help her loosen up. Just as we were about to blend into the crowd.
あれ？分析員？
Oh my god, I'm reminded of the Cerulean Getaway patch. Oh my god, this song is coming back again. That's crazy.
やっぱり。
Haru came to a halt, and I realized at once, there's only one person who talks like that. Mia, right?
わふー、大正解。
God damn, this song is way too too clingy. I'm not sure. I'm thinking more of exotic with a hard R.
なになに？私のことちょっとは恋しかった？
Of course I did. Though it's only been a week, hasn't it?
1週間とかマジ長かったんだけど。
What the hell? Yo, this is what I mean. It's like she should come. I know I want her to come back, but this is way too early.
高校生の夏休みって週で数えたらマジで短いからね。もしかしてもう私のことを忘れちゃったの？
Mia, stop pouting, okay? Sorry. Couldn't resist teasing you a little.
本当にからかっただけなの？
Hmm?
なんで？
The fluffy ears on her head shot upright with a whoosh. She suddenly grabbed my other wrist, puffing her cheeks in the protest.
触りたいって言えば触らせてあげるのに。
The loose straps dangled from her chest, swayed wildly as she puffed herself up.
触る？
The moment Mia dropped the bombshell, Haru's expression froze solid. She clutched my arm so tightly it actually hurt.
なるほど。ここにも分析員を不純な目で見ている女性がいるってことか。
Her voice stays composed, but the brush creeping up her neck says otherwise. Mia, context matters. Touch me is really misleading when you were meant your ears. Yeah, I think I butchered that sentence. Mia, context matters. Touch me is really misleading when you're just met your ears.
へえ、そんなの気にしないし。
This girl. Unbelievable. Mia smirked triumphantly as she leaned onto me right in front of Haru.
それに約束したっしょ。私のことだけを思ってるって。
なんだと？
There was definitely no such deal. Haru could tell Mia was joking, but her fingers still tightened, wriggling my sleeves. The manifestation who ruled every battlefield turned adorably helpless whenever it came to me.
なのになんか分析員の横に超美人の彼女が増えてるし。
増えたんじゃない。自分はずっと前から。
Maybe it was just my imagination, but when Haru still blustered, heard the word girlfriend, her expression steadied. She instinctively leaned closer to me.
じゃあさ、分析員が言ってた再会したら駆け落ちしよって約束、まだ有効？もしかして3人で駆け落ちするっていうぶっ飛び展開だったの？
おい、待て。
3人でっていうのは私にはさすがに新世界なんだけど、分析員が望むなら1個の。
That sentence has so much red flags I didn't even know where to start.
ああ、そうそう、そっちのお姉さんも大丈夫だよね。分析員と似たようなことを何度もしてきたっしょ。
挑発しているのか？ああ、当たり前だ。
Oh, I love this eyesight. I love her face. It's so adorable.
分析員の剣であり、彼女でもある自分にとっては、そんなの日常茶飯事だ。
Well, the girlfriend part made sense, but my blade? Not sure how that fits. The way she scrambles to save face, all flustered, was both endearing and hilarious. Time to properly introduce her to Mia. Once I did, Haru regained her composure. The blush that creeped down her neck eased back to her cheeks. Still, she clung to my arms like a lifeline, eyes locked on Mia, completely on guard.
ごめん、我慢できなくてつい。ちょっとお姉さんの前で強がってみたかっただけなんよ。
Thankfully, Mia knew when to take a hint. She dropped a smirk and gave Haru a respectful nod.
虚勢だったのか。
はじめましてだけど、直感的に分析員と結構親しい関係だなって。それに勘違いじゃなければお姉さんも覚醒者でしょ。
分析員。
Haru glanced up at me, slightly asking how to respond. Don't worry, Mia's someone we can trust.
信じよう。
She sighs, then gave Mia a small nod.
ヘイムダル部隊の覚醒者、成瀬春だ。お会いできて光栄だ、ミア。
Just so you know, Haru and I were teammates long before Heimdall's force was ever founded.
そんじゃあ春姉と分析員はずーっと前から知り合いだったってこと？
ああ、ずっと前から一緒に仕事をしていた。
凄腕覚醒者で分析員と仲がいいとかずるすぎでしょ。
Even though we've been through so long, her last upgrade was so long ago also, so. Her tone was over the top, but the sparkle in her eyes Joe, it wasn't just politeness. She meant it.
ミアも覚醒者になりたいのか？
そうなの。分析員に正式に申請出したんだよ。あの時はマジで心臓バクバクだった。完全に分析員に告白する空気だったよ。
告白？
The corner of Haru's lips twitched, clearly unprepared for such whimsical metaphor.
でも安心して。私の初告白は秒で断られたから。
Haru sighs, turning slightly towards me under the disguise of adjusting her bangs, and whispering just low enough for me to hear.
話し方は独特だが、素直な子だな。
Yeah, and I can feel she really does have what it takes to be a manifestation.
それはつまり。
そうそう、分析員。大事なことを忘れるところだったよ。
While Haru was still processing, Mia's smile vanished, and her gaze became intent and earnest.
観光客に扮してきたのは天界楽道じゃなくて、ニューガントラで発生した異変を調査しに来たんでしょ。
Exactly.
私現場にいたの。たくさんの人がログアウトできずに黒い渦に吸い込まれたのをこの目で見たの。
This isn't the place to talk. I gave her a small smile and gestured for her to follow. She clearly hadn't expected me to bring her in so directly. Come with us, Mia. For a moment, her eyes darted between Haru and me. Then,
なるほど。分析員の言う彼女の才能を理解できた気がする。
not long after leaving the port, we boarded a transport that has been arranged for us and headed straight to the base of the Tower of Hanoi. It is a lot emptier than I remember.
警備員すら近づくことを許されないのか？
黒い渦の事件以来、ハノイの塔は封鎖状態になって、定例整備まで機械が自動で行うことになったの。
しかし、危機が迫っている割に、住民たちは妙に落ち着いているようだ。
外にはシステムがぶっ壊れたから、頑張って天界ラクドシステムを復旧してるって言ってるよ。でも
But not everyone's buying it, are they?
でもみんなどうすればいいかなんてわかんないし。
For once, Mia's smile gave way to something more somber.
豪車が封鎖しちゃったから誰も見に行けないし。
After a pause, she let out a wistful sigh.
優しいけど頑固な神様だよね。
That's an interesting metaphor.
みんなを守ろうとするのに、こっちが助けたいって言っても答えてくんないし。
I had to admit, Mia had put into words perfectly. Unlike Chiron or Edda, Gage was built into an absolute logic. The mediator, AI with no emotions modules, even it could detect fluctuations in humans' feelings. It could never truly understand them. Empathy simply wasn't part of the design. Mia, if there really were gods, do you think they would save humanity?
思わない。神様が願っててもできないことってあると思うし。
Exactly. The only ones who can save humanity are humans themselves.
確認しました。
With a soft chime, the sealed gate slowly slid open. Let's go, Mia. Time to pay this stubborn god a visit. For some reason, this one looks like Clarina, but a smaller version. At the center of the vast, empty hall stood a petite figure. She appears human, but something about her told me she wasn't. As we closed the distance, she offered us a ceremonial bow.
ようこそお越しくださいました。
That's it? I thought there would be more to this. As she slowly lifted her head, golden hairs cascade down her neck like sunlight over the stream. Beneath her fringe, a pair of emerald eyes simmered with intelligence. It was impossible to think of Ganges. So you got a new body, Ganges.
いいえ、私は豪奢ではなく。
Oh, it's gorge. Okay. But that's how they pronounce it, but then I'm pronouncing it how each letter as I'm trying to. Yet her reply is gentle and apologetic, quietly corrected by my assumption.
豪奢が作り出した代理端末です。皆さんの調査のガイドを務めさせていただき光栄です。
She bowed once more.
特に調査要請に応じてくださったお二人に感謝します。
Anytime. After I spoke, she lifted her head, her gaze passing mechanically over Haru and me, before I finally come to rest on Mia.
この方はミヤさんですか？
Mia said nothing. She simply gave a small nod. She's with us, a last-minute addition.
わかりました。では、接待プランを再構築します。
Moments later, the proxy terminal lips curled into a faint smile. Not a pre-programmed gesture, but something that felt genuine.
認証完了。同行者認証を完了しました。
But the warmth vanished as quickly as it came. What she said next to us made us tense up again.
豪奢の最終指示に従い、分析員殿の同僚の皆様にはすべて情報アクセス権限が付与されます。
待て、最後の指示。
文字通り、豪奢が深層睡眠に入る前に出した最後の指示です。
The crack of knuckles echoed through the silence.
やっぱ天界落道修復中なんて嘘だったんだ。申し訳ありません。すべての標準修復プロトコルは実行済みですが、結果は不成功でした。黒い渦がこれ以上広がらないように、やむを得ず休眠状態にするしかありませんでした。
She drew a long breath and composed herself.
詳しくは歩きながらお話ししましょう。皆さん、どうぞこちらへ。これからハノイの塔の最上階へ向かいます。
The hem of her white dress swept through the air in a graceful arc. A low mechanical hum grew steadily louder until the massive silver board descended with flawless precision and settled before us. The summit of the Tower of Hanoi was the highest point in the city. Not just the closest to the sky of the real world, but also the virtual firmament crafted by Gorge, the divergent cosmos. Gorge computational power has always scaled in tandem with the fidelity of its simulated universe. The more precise the laws is modeled, the more powerful its computations became. Until recently, when a rift tore open within one of those celestial bodies.
頭が痛い。どうしてここに。近づいてくる。あいつか。
For some reason, I'm still not used to having like this long dialogue and whatnot. And we're still not in the gameplay yet, so let's keep going.
高すぎるし、エレベーターとかないの？残念ながら、ハノイの塔には塔頂へ向かうエレベーターはありません。
普段からこんな風にタイルに乗って登るのか？
はい、理論上そうなりますが、カルパナさんが世を去った後、そこを訪れた人はいません。
And yet, the host of Gorge has remained up there all this time, keeping a watchful gaze on everything below, hasn't it?
雲の上にいる神様って感じで、私たち凡人と壁を作ってるみたいだね。
Mia's lips curved into a faint pout as she commented right in front of the proxy.
それは誤解です。カルパナさんは全人類が地位にとらわれず、共に生きる世界を作るために努力してきました。ニューガントラはカルパナさんの夢への第一歩であり、当時の条件で到達できる最頂点だったのです。いつかこの空の境界線を完全に消してみせます。いつかね。
Mia's echoed the proxy's words thoughtfully, then turned her gaze away. She looked down at the shrinking ground below and said nothing more.
分析員さん、最上階へ向かう間にニューガントラの現状を話してもいいですか？
Go ahead.
では、最初の侵入事件からお話しします。
She extended her hand and traced her fingers lightly through the air, and a similar scent flickered to life in holographic form before us.
あなたが初めて訪問した際、エッタはエルサさんが防御システムに干渉している隙に豪社のデータセンターに侵入しました。被害こそ受けなかったものの、修復不可のパスが残り、キロ宇宙のアップデート用シミュレーションデータも一部改ざんされました。
今回もエッタの仕業なのか？
主な原因はそうではありません。汚染されたデータを隔離していましたし、パスを使ったエッタの侵入も未確認でした。ですが、
She withdrew her gaze from the hologram and turned it towards me.
近頃、隔離するための壁が特殊な情報体抑制剤によって破壊されました。
The confinement serum. The very same serum we once used at the Academia Acropolis to suppress Edda. Could it have affected Gorge as well via the passage?
いいえ、情報体抑制剤のコードを解析しましたが、ブロックセラムの劣化版らしきものでした。
She shook her head, refuting my assumption.
抑制剤が注入されたのは、あなたがエッタにブロックセラムを使用された時間よりわずかに早かったようです。ですから。
After assimilating yogurt, Edda must reverse engineer the leftover serum traces and created her own version.
はい。
Her gaze returned to the floating hologram before us.
改ざんされたデータが漏洩し、学習サンプルが汚染されただけでなく、連鎖反応を引き起こし、メインシステムに不可逆的な崩壊が生じたのです。じゃあ、天界ラクダに出た黒い渦は崩壊の実体化です。広宇宙全体に様々な大きさの黒い渦が発生しています。汚染の拡散を防ぐため、豪社は基礎機能を維持したまま休眠状態へ移行するほかありませんでした。でも汚染はもう消せない。天界ラクダもログイン禁止になってるし。
ではエッタとつながっているパスはどうなった？
ご安心を。隔離は解除されましたが、パスは依然として監視されています。エッタの侵入は認められません。
She got her hands full right now. No way she diverted bandwidth just to hijack another AI's processing core. That said, something doesn't add up. My eyes linger on the black hole display in the hologram, and then it clicked. The key lies in the Taichin inhibitor. It shuts down AIs like Yogurt and Edda because they have emotion modules. Those emotional modules were built atop early stage fragmentation tech. So why would the inhibitor affect Gorge too? Her gaze lowered. Miss Proxy, could you answer my question?
これより説明いたします。まさか豪社にも人の感情があるの？いいえ、情報体技術と人類の意識には高度なつながりがありますが、カルパナさんが豪社を設計した当時、心を持つ機会にする意図はありませんでした。
それって。
It's the data center, isn't it? That's how Gorge achieved near infinity capacity and real-time adaptation without relying on the large-scale physical data centers.
その通りです。エッタやカローンとは異なり、豪社のデータ保存モジュールには情報体モジュールが採用されています。
Put simply, the Divergent Cosmos is Gorge's data center and vice versa.
さすがです。豪社の評価通り、非常に優れた洞察力をお持ちのようですね。
A flicker of surprise crossed my eyes before she offered a small nod of recognition. You're too kind.
最上階に到着しました。
With a soft jolt, the levitation platform came to a top.
足元にご注意を。
Following the proxy, we moved through the narrow corridor, about 10 meters in length. At the end, the space opened up, bathed in light, dazzling sight stretches out before us. But this didn't feel like the Starlight Hall. If anything, it's more like the lobby of a museum. Rows of display cases lined in the hall, holding strange and aesthetic items, projectors like the one Nozomi once used, oversized electromagnetic weapons, and more. And yet, nearly every exhibit seems to fall under one thing: technology. This must be where Gorge displays its creations.
正規の部屋は一番奥の部屋です。ついてきてください。
This walk felt longer than I expected. I tilted my head back and let out a quiet sigh. And right then, My eyes met a gaze of surveillance camera overhead. Strangely, it hadn't been tracking us like it should. Its sensor seems locked onto something else. Only when I lock eyes with it did the camera suddenly snap back into place. A subtle unease creeped in.
これは
The thought had barely settled when Mia's voice broke the quiet. She had stopped in front of a display case, tall as a person. At first glance, the item inside looked out of place among other cutting-edge tech. It was a pure white garment, simple in form, but far from ordinary. Beneath the lights, the fabric shimmers with strange metallic sheen, as if it was flowing quite quietly, shifting shape.
戦術装備か。ヘイムダルのデザインとはスタイルが少し違うようだが。
これは豪者が御社の技術を参考にして特別に設計した戦術セットです。
The proxy, who has been walking ahead, paused, then turned back towards the display case where we stood.
だが、ニューガントラに覚醒者はいないはずだ。
はい。ですので、複数のリミッターを組み込み、装着者が必要に応じて出力を調節できるよう設計されています。そして、キロ宇宙のコア技術を内包させることで、自己進化しながら使用者の戦闘スタイルに最適化されていきます。
へえ、つまり一般人でも使えるってことだよね。
その通りです。さらにこの戦術装備には使用者の情報体制御能力を向上させる機能も備わっています。
Sounds like Gorge was trying to cultivate manifestations of its own.
分析員さんと接触して以来、確かにニューガントラのための覚醒者を育てるという考えが芽生えました。
She didn't even try to hide it.
ですが、その考えは現実のものとはなりませんでした。
なんで？
計算結果が良くなかったのです。通常の人類が認知を超える力を得たことを想定した実験において、8割以上の被験者に心理的異常が発生する可能性が示されました。適合者の選別基準は未だ不明なのです。
So even Gorge, of all of its processing power, still runs into walls it can't logic its way around. I let out a quick chuckle. Quiet chuckle. Miss Proxy, you know, I've been wondering. When an AI that runs purely on logic search for the optical solution, does it sometimes overlook simpler answers?
後者のすべての判断は確率モデルに基づいています。ですから、私には理解できません。
As with what you're doing right now, I came to a stop. Every move she made felt intentional. The winding route, the well-timed pauses, the truths revealed when under pressure. It wasn't guidance, it was orchestration, leading us to this moment. The perfect juncture for her to reveal the full truth. With all the pieces in place, I gave voice to my deduction. Gorge must have reached a solution long ago, didn't it? But without me, the manifestations, it couldn't put the plane into motion. This whole joint investigation thing is just a front. To Gorge, Yggdrasil is both a trusted partner and an uncontrollable variable. That's why it has to draw us here, into a space it had completely control over, before starting a new negotiation. Real negotiation, new negotiation, it doesn't really matter too much. Silence again. No doubt she was running simulations on how to respond. But I wasn't about to give her that chance. So I was right.
やはり豪者の言う通りでした。
The proxy let out a deep sigh. Haru's hand tightened on her weapon. She positioned herself in front of me protectively.
あなたとの交渉では隙を一つも見せてはいけませんね。
But the proxy made no move, shaking her head as if abandoning the pretense altogether. I'm flattered. I give a little shrug, softening my tone. Rather than testing each other, let's just lay out straight. Miss Proxy, unlike a pure rational AI, humans will risk everything for the ones we care about, even when there's no optimal path ahead. The people in this Skytopia aren't just your responsibility. Many of them are allies I entrusted with my life. I intend to keep them safe too.
わかりました。
After a brief pause, damn, I've been struggling a lot of words lately. She moved her fingers through the air once again. A new projection simmered into view.
先ほどご説明した通り、これらの汚染は修復不可能です。そのため、当初はキロ宇宙内部の全データを削除し、初期化、いわゆるリセットする以外に選択肢はありませんでした。
So the question now is how to carry it out.
はい。キロ宇宙は情報体技術によって構築された実体を持たないデータ領域です。そのため、情報体の基礎特性を備えています。初期状態を再構築するには、観測者が自身の意識をテンプレートとして投影する必要があります。ですが、通常の人間、いえ、覚醒者でさえも、キロ宇宙のリセット時に発生する情報体の洪水には耐えられません。無境感知機能を用いて、その洪水を没入式タイムトラベルへと変換、圧縮できたとしても、観測者の主観においては、10年ほどの歳月を過ごすことになってしまいます。
意識空間で一人で10年も過ごすのか。
これは最適化後の数値です。豪者を初めて起動した時、カルパナさんの意識は約50年一人で過ごしました。
Mia's gasp pierced the quiet. Even Haru's usual composed brow furrowed.
ですが、分析員さんは特別です。ロザンとの交戦時において、あなたが示した情報体への耐性は、基地の人類限界をはるかに超えています。演疫を完了した時点を基準とし、あなたが観測者であれば、再起動に必要な主観的時間は、およそ24時間程度です。
24時間程度だと、お前、分析員に危ない橋を渡らせる気か。
Easy, Haru. I laid my hand gently over hers, tense, vigilant, then looked up at the blonde girl before me. Her expression was unreadable. This 24 hours. How did she come to that number?
先ほど申し上げた通り、あなたがロザンとの対決を予演された際、あなたの意識は情報体の洪水の中にあってなお、異常なほどの安定性を示していたのです。人類の脳を崩壊させる情報体は、あなたの意識の中で安定した構造、いわゆる心象風景を構成しました。
Hey, sounds like you've done your homework.
ご安心を。以上のデータは最上級権限でしか閲覧できません。それに、実体を持つ特定の媒体の中に保存されていますので。豪者の制御権同様、観測者である最高権限保持者でしか確認できません。今は、どうか協力してください。 れがあなたにお越しいただいた本当の目的です。
She slowly turned her slender hands upward. A small card edging glided in gold simmered into being on her palm, as if waiting for me, taking it and complete the handover.
これはマスターキーです。つまり最高権限者の証です。
At once, held Sirius mentioned it in passing. The so-called master key was never just a skeleton key. It was more like a binding protocol of consciousness. Kalpana was the only one ever to wield it. After her death, the key was sealed away. Though Tao and Sirius were once considered successors, the unspoken rule demanded that the successor's loyalty must lie entirely with New Hentaro. Of course, this rule was never hard-coded. Seeing I still hadn't reached out, the proxy lowered her head even further.
人の心の隔たりを消せるのは人間自身だけだとカルパナさんは言っていました。だからあなたを信じることにしました。どうかもう一度ゴーシャをニューガントラを救ってください。
There's no small favor. I smiled, letting a quip slip.
すべてが終われば、あなたはゴーシャの全演算能力を動かす権限を得られます。その時が来れば、我々が提供できる支援はカローンの修復にとどまりません。
It's no easy task, but take the master key. I'll give it a shot.
分析
Within the next 24 hours, Haru and I, along with Mia, will prove the worth of this choice. Her eyes lit up with joy.
感謝します。
ちょっと私も一緒に行っていいの？
Of course, I've seen the resolve in you, Mia. Remember what you told me back at the Helioraw Sea.
私もヒームダルに入って覚醒者になりたい。
I believe what will save New Hetero isn't the strength of one person, but the resolve we share to protect it. You didn't make it this far on a whim, did you?
もちろん。
Mia nodded firmly, her hair bouncing with emotion, her eyes aligned with determination. After that, we made it our way through the hall, reaching the far end of the corridor.
こちらが正規の部屋です。ハルさんとミヤさんは入れません。
なんで？
申し訳ございません。正規の部屋は最高権限所持者と予備継承者にしか開放できないのです。
入れるのは分析員のみと言いたいのか？
はい。お二人は隣の部屋でお待ちください。リセットにはおおよそ15分の現実時間が必要です。
仕方ないか。
Mia sighed softly, then gave her cheek a brisk slap. The two tuft atop of her head flickered back and forth, like a little critter trying to rally its spirit.
大丈夫大丈夫。分析員ならきっとできるし。
Her earnest attempt to steady herself was downright adorable. Hey now, isn't it a little too unfair to only cheer yourself on? I'm the one doing the work here, you know.
そっか。
Mia suddenly stepped closer. Then, rising on tiptoe, her warm palm pressed against my cheeks, standing on the peach-scented hair brushing my ear.
じゃあ分析員、リセットが終わったら私と一緒に思う存分やろうよ。
For a second, I thought I misheard, but the brush of her earlobe suggested otherwise. Yuga? Who's Yuga?
え？ああ、ゲームのことだし。この前のリアル RPG まだ終わってないんだから。
Once I hear the song, I'm thinking of the hot spring water gun roulette. Mia held out the tiny die.
リセットが終わったらうちで遊び直そうよ。
You little imp. Always saying things people really could read the wrong way.
言葉通りの意味かもしれないじゃん。
Mia grinned and struck a playful pose.
とにかく頑張って。
ここで待っていてもいいか？
Behind me, Horror reached out, only to stop just before her fingertips could reach me. Horror. As I turned, I caught a fleeting shadow of unease in her eyes.
外にいる。決して邪魔はしない。
Her outstretched hand slowly fell, curling into a fist.
だから、一番近い場所にいさせてくれ。
I could hear the worry beneath her voice. Even after all the battles we braved together, the ember of unease still smothered in her eyes. It's okay. I reached out, took her hand back into mine, and held it tight. This won't take long.
すぐに戻って。
Her brow eased at my smile, yet I could still see memories surging in the depths of her mind.
長官が宿り木宇宙ステーションに向かうと聞いたんだが。
So you found out after all. Yeah, it's true.
では自分も。
You only just joined the security department, Haru. An S-rank mission like this is best left for veterans.
しかし、危険なここに残れと言ったのも長官じゃないか。であれば、自分の価値を証明させてほしい。少なくとも、長官が自分を選んだのは間違いでなかったということ。
Haru. Keeping you in the security department was already the strongest affirmation of your worth. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. What matters is believing in your own edge.
自分の能力。
Yeah, keep training. And in 3 years, I'm sure you'll outpace all your peers. One day, you'll become a warrior you always wanted to be.
しかし、長官。
部長、まもなく作戦会議が始まります。
Got it. Just a moment. Anyway, promise me this. No more resignation letters. No more resignation letters until I get back, alright?
わかった。とても残念なお知らせですが、宿り木奪還作戦は失敗に終わりました。そして安全部長を含む特別作戦小隊は現在消息不明です。そんな、いや、ありえない。
Shaking herself free of the memories, the girl drew a deep breath and fixed her eyes onto the figure before her.
どうかこれを。
Something firm yet smooth was pressed into my palm. It was a small hairpin, shaped like a tulip.
お前が戻ってきた時にくれたものだ。肌身離さず持ち歩いている自分のお守りだ。
I closed my hand tight around it. Ruffles Haru's hair and pull her into a hug. Thank you, Haru.
分析員。
分析員さん、用意ができました。
Got it. Just a moment. At the mechanical door slid shut, the silhouette dwindled into the distance. Yet she stood tall, her gaze fixed on me the whole way. Just like years ago, when that stubborn security trainee stood waiting at the helipad, refusing to leave until I returned. Moments later, the door sealed shut, cutting me off entirely from the world beyond. I wandered through the hollow chamber. Countless stars glittered overhead, their radiance laced with a quiet chill. Something still fell off. The same unease from earlier, when I locked eyes with the surveillance camera, now surged back into me. Haru, maybe even Mia, must have sensed it too. But the proxy lady before me seemed...
分析員さん、
I'm fine. Forget it. Whether it is intuition or just imagination, I need confirmation. For now, it's best to lie low and watch. If someone really is lurking in the shadows, they'll reveal themselves soon enough. Alright then. Miss Proxy, shall we? Oh, I forgot to ask. Do you have a name?
私はユガと申します。落ち込んでいるように見えます。AI に名前を付けられないことに落胆したのですか？
I assure you, that's not one of my quirks. Anyway, Yuga, walk me through the process.
わかりました。真ん中の椅子にお座りください。操作は不要です。心を静めてくつろいでいてください。疑似神経装置が自動的にリンクしてくれます。その後、あなたの意識は空白の情報体領域に入ります。その領域では何をしても構いません。眠ることも可能です。24時間後、あなたをこの場所へと呼び戻します。
Easy for you to say. Alright then. Let's begin.
了解しました。観測者意識投影を開始します。
My body plummeted, yet my mind seems to remain behind. In the span of a single breath, the space around me has already shifted. The ground, the wall, even the sky overhead all drain of color in an instant. At the far edge of this blank world stood a single open door, stark and solidarity against the void. A strange impulse stirred in my chest, an urge to step through that door.
カウントダウン10秒後リセットプロセスを開始いたします。
A system prompt chimed in. Unlike Yuga's sentinel voice, this one was utterly cold and clinical, so devoid of warmth, it stirred in an instinctive sense of aversion.
10、9、8。
A voice drifted from beyond the door.
7、7、
The very fabric of this realm was coming apart. Even someone like me with no grasp of the system's inner workings could clearly sense it. Something fundamental within the system was spiraling into chaos. From the shadows came the slow, deliberate sound of footsteps. A dim black mist spilled from the doorway, slowly cohesively into the humanoid form. Wherever it passed, itself was devoided, inch by inch. Who are you? The space groined under the strain. Black mist spreaded like spilled ink, bleeding out into the blank expanses. At last, the finger tore free of the heavy fog. With each step she took, the void peeled away, like plaster crumbling from an ancient wall. My knuckles tightened instinctively. I scanned the pale expanses. No cover, no weapons, not even a speck of dust left to cling to. However, a shadow conjurer of a handgun from beneath her coat, as if from nothing at all. A jet black bullet tore from the cold barrel, its inky bloom scorching my vision. One hit there and my consciousness would have shattered. The thought flared in my mind, and so instinct, or perhaps battle-honed reflexes carved from the countless battles, compelled my body to act.
先ほど申し上げた通り、あなたがロザンとの対決を予演された際、あなたの意識は情報体の洪水の中にあってなお、異常なほどの安定性を示していたのです。人類の脳を崩壊させる情報体は、あなたの意識の中で安定した構造、いわゆる心象風景を構成しました。
If this were the realm of fragmentations, then the weapons I could use to defend myself had to be inner mind, manifest. Time itself froze. If my fingertips brushed the bullet, countless particles reconstructed in my palm, woven into a new loss of existence. In this realm shaped by my will, even time itself was just another parameter under my manipulation. The hazed dark figure expression was unreadable, yet I could feel the sharp jolt in its astonishment. You weren't sent by Edda, were you? There was no trace of Edda on her, yet he reminded me of someone else. Someone just as difficult and dangerous. Enough! I lashed out and shuddered the frozen bullet with my fingers, then swung a punch into the shadow. What the? But the instinct my fist pierced the shadow. The thick darkness billowed, then dissolved like the morning mist at first light. The world began to collapse. The white expanses split like torn canvas, revealing a hellish landscape beneath. At that moment, the master key at my chest seems to also sense the danger. It's flared with the golden light, and the barrier surged up around me. A shrill electronic scream tore through my ears, and just like that, reality came flooding back.
分析員さん、 どうしましたか？
Yuga clearly hasn't grasped what has just occurred. Seeing me clutch my head as I came to, she hurried over to steady me. Yuga, get down.
はい、ですが。
Down! I yanked her close, shielded her beneath me. A laser beam streaked down from the ceiling, gazing my back before scorching the wall behind us. Take aim and disable the defensive unit.
分析員さん、気をつけてください。
Before the last words left her lips, another crimson beam tore through the air. A barrier had time to react before she slipped from my arms, hurled herself in front of me, shielded me with her slender frame. How ironic. The so-called peace-loving new Hentaro has turned every inch of its wall into a deadly weapons.
なぜハノイの塔の防御システムが私たちを敵だと誤認しているのですか？
Good question. I was just about to ask you. Can you find out what's going on?
私、
Please, I need answers. With that, I tore apart my sleeve and bound Yuga's wounded arm.
全力を尽くします。
Her tone was firm and sincere, but I knew that once the defense system targeted someone with the top clearance, the situation has already spiraled beyond control. Therefore, my first priority was to re-establish contact with the girls.
分析員、そっちは？
I'm fine. What about you, Haru?
無事だ。廊下が突如電磁レーザーに封鎖されて守衛騎兵が襲いかかってきたが、全て片付けた。また集まってきたか。ここは自分に任せてくれ。
Haru tapped her wrist, and in an instant, her outfit morphed into a new exosuit. Hold on, what the hell is this? Let me see. Okay, so this is the uncensored version. If you enter into a home screen at the press the start button, that's the censored version. But damn, when I see this is already similar to Cirrus Freefin. This new tech was developed after what happened at the seed base to support undercover ops.
古本ヘイムダルから来た覚醒者よ。落ち着け。
何？この声は。
Mia? An energetic voice echoed down from the other side of the hallway, other end of the hallway.
輝く幕をくぐり抜け、暗闇の扉を開けて。軍勢よ。万物を包み込め。わふー。さすが私、一撃必殺。やば、出力設定間違えたかも。
ミア？
はい、正解。
Hold on. Okay, that's what it looks like. Got it. As the smoke cleared, the figure behind the voice slowly lifted her chin. She flashes me her trademark grin. Right hand raised in an exaggerated V sign.
じゃじゃーん。どう分析員。装いを新たにしたミアを見てドキドキした？
The look's expression, but those lines. Maybe just a little too over the top.
そんなわけないっしょ。かっこいいセリフとともにえぐい必殺技を出すのめっちゃ覚醒者っぽいっしょ。
Only Akezia would think that way.
ミオ、覚醒者だったことを隠していたのか？
No. It should be the showroom adaptive exosuit.
大正解。触れた瞬間自動的に私に合った装備に変化したんだよ。マジやばくない？胸のサイズもバッチシ合ってるし、分析員見て見て。
Mia leaned in close, giving a playful hop right in front of me. With her movements and the fabric across her chest stretches like a precarious curve, vividly jiggling with each bounce. Yep, the size definitely needs to be calibrated.
ああ、このブースターもね、実は
ピー、未許可の装置起動記録を確認しました。
これはその緊急事態だったし、一刻も早く分析員のそばに駆けつけたいから、その。
Alright. You can explain once we are safe. Listen, Mia, we don't need you charging in up front. Just stick with us and get a feel for the field.
了解。バッチシ感じるよ。
Yuga, what did you find?
襲撃者の正体は未だ特定されていません。ですが侵入経路は展開落土からです。彼らはキロ宇宙で唯一実体サーバーとつながっている昇格隊専用のログインフォームから侵入し、システムをハッキングしたようです。
Can we regain control?
現在最大出力で拡散を抑制中です。ですがまだ時間がかかりそうです。ハノイの塔の防御システムはしばらく奪い返せません。
Yeah, we could change tactics. Haru,
はい。
get in touch with Caroline. We need remote supply from Fredia and Masur.
了解。
分析員さん、ニューガントラのシステムである以上、豪者の代理である私が。
You'll handle the cleanup, no question. But when efficiency, yeah, I can't even speak. But when efficiency is on the line, don't forget who's in charge now. That's the master key.
わかりました。
Everyone, get ready. Let's push through and get out of the Tower of Hanoi.
はい。
By the way, I don't think we will be playing Haru though. She's not even released yet. Yeah, you'll be playing the this Abacus. I don't know why. Like, this is the trial that you see. But for some reason, what you saw before was this Haru. I don't know why they don't use this one instead. This one makes more sense to me, in my opinion. Alright, but we're gonna use her because this is what we... Because, I think I should take this out. Let me take this out. Dismiss. She's not part of the group.
ハノイの塔が包囲された。出口も封鎖されたのか。
じゃあこいつらはどっから入ってきたの？
入ってきたのではなく、防御システムです。ハノイの防御システムが起動したのです。皆さん、この先に出口ゲートのコントロール台があります。
よし、邪魔するやつは私に任せて。マジ楽しみ。
She's like Boo Boo, but way much more OP.
これこうやって開けるんだよね。
権限の一部を奪還しました。
カウントダウン。制限時間内に脱出しろってことか。
申し訳ありません。時間はこれぐらいしか。
なら急ぐしかないな。ロボットに構っている暇はない。 とにかくここから脱出するぞ。
楽勝じゃん。
It's hard to aim at times, so you need to aim properly. Okay, I can't go over there. Oh, you can't. That's so weird. Oh, I guess I can't lock in. I can't lock in. That's crazy.
Surprise! 敵は追ってきてないみたい。
A thunderous boom echoed at the heavy door, slammed shut, cutting off the enemy's barrage inside. Outside, the world seemingly unaware of the disturbance. Everything was as calm as before. No pedestrians in sight, no commotion in the distance. It looks like the external security system hasn't breached.
はい、彼らの行動権限はハノイの塔内部に制限されているので。
It seems the intruders hasn't fully seized control of the system yet.
分析員、フリティアとマーシルから返事があった。システムへの接続申請を出したとのことだ。
Yuga, if you would.
アクセス許可を送信しました。お二人のご協力により2時間以内に制御権を奪還できそうです。
分析員、侵入者についてのことだが、聖火の部屋で一体何があったんだ？
I saw a familiar figure. With no pursuers in sight, I told them everything that has happened in that void. From the spreading black mist, to where I call on an inner mind to defend myself. And finally, the woman resembles Rosin, who escaped into the Elysium through the black hole. But strangely, even though it was just happened, my memory was already started to fade. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recall certain decisive moments.
ローザンか。それなら情報と一致するな。
何の情報？
騒ぎになった当時、天界楽土に居合わせた昇格隊が証言しました。黒い渦の中でロザンの姿を目撃したそうです。
じゃあ、あの人がまた戻ってきたんだ。
Mia clenched her fists, her lips quivering. As a native of New Hentero, Mia's hatred for Rosin burned pure and fierce. Yet beneath that hatred stirred something far more complex. The confusion of facing an intruder for the first time, the fury of having her dignity, her very right to exist, trampled and hidden in the faint tremor of her fingertips, something she wouldn't admit. Fear. No, it's too early to jump to conclusions. Someone must have poisoned her. Posing as her to stage the whole attack. Matter in a fragment state responded strongly to human consciousness. Whoever's planning the attack is very likely feeding people's fear for their own other motive.
人の恐怖心を武器にするなんてひどい。最低。
Mia slammed her fist into the nearest stone pillar. When the dust cleared, a dense size of bowl marred in its surface. That kind of power was definitely not human. No, not even a half manifestation could possess such raw strength. Mia slowly uncurled her fingers. It felt like a punch shattered more than just stone, at invisible shackles perhaps. She started blankly at the mark of she left behind. The panic in her eyes slowly faded. Then, just as slowly, she curled her reddened fingers into a fist again. The realization hit a beat late. She gasped, slapped the handful over her mouth, and stumbled back a step in alarm.
ごめん、わざと壊したんじゃ。弁償するから。そうそう。ユグドラシルでバイトして、その給料で。
Before she could finish, a spiderweb crack spread in front of the dent. Stone fragments flew, and with one final groin, the ancient pillar that had stood sentinel before the Tower of Hanoi for decades toppled into retirement.
ミヤさんが先ほど倒した柱は評価額1000万シルバギボスに相当します。
What's funny is that I have enough of that right now. I'm at like 11.
じゃあリボ払いで。
Mia lowered her head. The sparks in her eyes dimmered.
冗談です。ミヤさんが弁償する必要はございません。分析員さんの同行者ですから、この柱は戦術装備の付属品として処理しましょう。
もうびっくりしたよ。怖い冗談を言わないでよ。人生終了のお知らせかと思ったじゃん。
そういえばミヤとあの戦術装備のシンクロ率随分と高かったようだな。
Yeah, adapting to it this quickly. That's a rare gift. She still needs to work on her control over that strength, of course. But her performance was undeniably impressive.
ここまでの潜在値を示すならば、リミッターを解除できれば、規定値の約 1.5 倍に達します。
リミッター？
はい。
Yuga's gesture towards the ring around Mia's legs, a device marked clearly with a tiered indicator.
第1段階は通常の人類、第2段階は準覚醒者用のもの、第3段階は
覚醒者用か。
いえ、第3段階は覚醒者を製造するために用意したものです。アンロックされた時点で戦術装備が豪社のデータセンターとつながります。その後、演算能力と同期され、情報体物質を利用して使用者の神経を強化します。
It was basically a substitute for neurotrophic nerves.
その通りです。
じゃあ
Mia's fingertips hovered near the ring, brushed along its edge, like she was about to give it a tug. However,
安心して分析員。この前言われたことはバッチシ覚えてるから。
she simply dusted off her skirt with a grin.
力を完璧に自分のものにできるまでちゃんと気持ちの衝動を抑えるし。
操作を試みた形跡があります。引っ張れずに失敗したはずです。
バレてる。
心理異変を起こさせないために装備に制限を追加しました。力を完全に制御できるまで段階は変更できません。
分かってるよ。とにかくこうやってみんなと一緒に戦えるだけでもうめっちゃ満足。
No matter how you look at it, you've come a long way, Mia. Ruffles Mia's hair.
わふー、分析員に褒められちゃった。
She bobbles her head side to side. Hair sways softly with each motion. The side caught Haru's eyes. Her eyes betrayed a quiet, unnameable envy. Want to, Haru?
いや、大丈夫だ。
Damn, Haru, stop being so cute. Her voice barely reached above a whisper. So I pretend not to hear and reached out with my other hand, gently ruffle her hair too.
分析員
Yosh, yosh. She loosened against my hand. Her voice softens with a faintest spoiled edge.
人類の触れ合いというものは本当に理解しがたいものですね。
After a short break, she quickly decided on our next move. With the Tower of Hanoi again, the usual route into the Elysium was completely sealed off. If we wanted to track the enemy side, we need another way around in. As it happened, Mia has recently purchased a civilian-graded login device. After consulting with Yuga, Monsieur and Freedia, we confirmed that with a few tweaks, it could serve as a makeshift access terminal. With that settled, we headed straight to Mia's apartment. But on our way there, a sudden thought struck me.
ミア、なんで電話に出ないの？サマーキャンプは楽しかった？
If I remember right, Mia lived with her family.
ママ、ただいま。
はいはい、おかえりなさい。ミア、また鍵を忘れたの？
Hold on.
あら。
Is this our first time meeting an operative mother for our first time? I don't remember this. It is. Although to be fair, I think the first time we met a relative was Clarina's aunt, but that was more of a extensive bloodline. This is like the actual bloodline, which is actually kind of crazy because we don't usually get this. I begin to question, is the mom gonna be in a manifestation too? Because I'm thinking of Rentaro, who really loves you. The 100 Girlfriends one. The door creaked open, revealing a woman with a smiling eye standing in the doorway.
同級生。そうそう、みんな同級生なの。
Yeah, I need to understand the context here.
あら、そう。よそ行きの服まで着てきちゃって。
すみません、お邪魔します。
How can you say this? Sorry for the yawn. How can you say this one is from? How can you say this girl is from school? I don't think they're in the same grade.
あら、かわいい子ね。さあ、遠慮しないで。ミアがお友達を連れてくるなんて初めてだから、嬉しいくらいよ。
ママ。
Well, not in the same grade. Within a certain grade meets the certain requirement in the certain public school.
さあ入って。ちょっと散らかってるけど気にしないでね。
スリッパは？
あ、ごめんなさい。普段は私とミヤしかいないから、そのままで大丈夫よ。 あ、床に絵の具が置いてあるから気をつけてね。
Paint? I echoed the word, puzzled. My gaze instinctively dropped to the floor, but before I could react, Mia was already crouched beside me, holding out a pair of fluffy pink slippers.
分析員、これ履いて。
Are these yours, Mia? She looked up, eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Sure, I'll wear them. Thanks, Mia.
ミアのスリッパ気持ちいいでしょ。
I know. It says my slippers, but then like, there's you know what it is. I prefer not to say it, but I'm pretty sure you guys know. The girl tilted her head with a playful smile. Oof, it came out so wrong, and yet she totally said that on purpose.
チロリー。
あ
ら、あなたが噂の？
She glanced at me, then at Mia, then covered her mouth with a knowing little smile. Guess I was wrong about her. They were definitely cut from the same cloth.
真面目そうな好青年じゃない。だから見合ったら毎晩あんなことを。
ママ、言わないでよ。
It seems only her mom could fluster Mia this badly. She shot up a red face and rushed to cover her mother's mouth.
わかったわ。ご飯を作ってくるからくつろいでて。でもキャンバスに気をつけてね。
Watching her daughter and the young man brushed to their ears, Mia's mom chuckled, weaved them off, and slipped into the kitchen.
絶対触んないし。分析員、部屋に行こう。
Pouting, she grabbed my hand and dragged me away from her mom.
おい、待て。
Snapped out of it, Haru hurried and clung to my other arm.
あら、今時の若者って面白いわね。
ふむ、人間関係は思ったより複雑なようですね。私はまだまだ勉強が足らないようです。
Mia's bedroom was a cozy little space, maybe 15 square meters. Exactly the kind of room you expect from a girl her age. Every corner overflows with a hint of her hobbies. Hey, look, there's a picture of me, look! It's right there! Oh my god, hold on. Colorful stickers blank the walls. Dice with tabletop games laid scattered across the desk. Hand carves, stamped, and delicate crafts lined with the shelves. Cluttered as it was, there was a strange harmony to it all. That was just a brief impression, of course. Besides, we had more pressing matters to deal with. At the center table, Yuka focused intently on the terminal, working remotely with Monsieur to retake system controls and retrofit the login device. Haru and I sat on either side, quietly working on the battle plans. The only sounds were the tapping of the keys and occasional whispering exchange. After a long stretch of tense focus, Mia's upbeat voice suddenly cut through the room.
ヘイムダルのみんな、お茶持ってきてよ。
She twirled tightly a tray balanced in her hand. Her earlier flusteredness completely gone. Her voice was dramatic, her delivery over the top, clearly playing it up on purpose.
ありがとう。
I set my tablet aside and accepted a cup from her. The plan was in place. The plan was in place. Now we could finally take a moment to relax. Mia, did your mom paint all these? That's when my gaze drifted to the paintings adoring the room. They've been right there in plain sight, yet somehow I hadn't noticed them until now.
ママはニューガントラの空を描くのが大好きなの。
As I looked more closely, I realized why they hadn't registered at first. Every single one depicted the same subject, the sky above New Antero, in all of its countless moods. People tend to overlook the familiar, but they are exceptions.
私が物心ある時から描いてるから、最低でも200枚以上描いてるんじゃない？
同じテーマを200回以上記録し続けたんですね。素晴らしい忍耐力です。
持久力というか、空の大ファンって感じ
Mia let out a sigh and flopped back onto her bed.
私の家族は、この空と街がずっと大好きなんだ。
Following her gaze, I noticed painting hanging above the headboard. It was a sky theme as well, but something about it set it apart. The angle was different, as if looking up from far below. Ribbons of light spilled the clouds like open seams. Golden beams stretched skyward like stairways cast by angels, rising from the pitch-black earth. A strange sense of familiarity stirred inside me. I've seen the sky before. I was sure of it.
分析。もしかして、その絵に興味あるの？
Yeah, it feels oddly familiar.
その絵は私が描いたの。ここは私の始まりなの。私が初めて光を見た場所なの。
She spoke softly, maybe to me, or maybe just to herself. I was about to ask what she meant when
これでよし
pretty a cheerful voice rang out from behind me.
はよさすがヘイムダル1の科学者フリティア姉ね。今私のことをフリティア姉って呼ばなかった？
There was supposed to be a dialogue to this. I think they missed that. Okay. Fredia barely hid her smug grin.
ヘイムダルの皆さんの協力のもと、ログイン装置を無事アップデートすることができました。
So far, I missed like 2 dialogues. I didn't really skip them. It just happened. I don't really know why. They really missed some of the voiceover over those lines.
スピンドルシステムに接続したから、みんなのバトルデータや意識を展開ラクドと同期できるようになったよ。でもキロ宇宙は情報体の特性を持ってるから、あの世界で意識がダメージを受けたら本体も同じダメージを受けちゃう。だからくれぐれも気をつけて行動してね。
I still need to get that Monsieur exosuit. I still don't have the 5-star thing for her.
ついでに襲撃者の座標も確認できたよ。あいつの現在地はここ。
She jabbed the finger at the floating hologram of a plaza.
天界楽土の中央広場、最初に異変が発生した場所ですね。
そこの黒い渦こそが最初の裂け目で襲撃者の本拠地ってこと。
他の黒い渦もつながっており、襲撃者は黒い渦を利用し広宇宙を行き来できる能力を持っています。
つまり聖火の部屋の時みたいに黒い渦を使っていつでも逃走できるということか。
そんなことはさせないけどね。実は奪還した一部の権限を使って天界楽土と他のエリアを隔離したの。
侵入者はあの黒い渦以外どこにも行けなくなったんだよ。
へえ、じゃあ黒い渦に逃げ込む前に捕まえちゃえばいいってこと？最悪中に入ってさ。そういうこと。
だがその黒い渦は私たちが入ろうとして入れるような場所ではないだろう。
確かにミヤちゃんがテンション上がってるのを見て思わず説明を飛ばしちゃった。
Little Mia. Rydia scratched her head with a sheepish grin, but her expression quickly turned serious.
黒い渦の中がどうなってるのかはまだ分かってないからね。
中へ発信した信号が全部吸い込まれて一つも返ってこないの。
だから分析員たちが自ら天界楽土に入り黒い渦に近づいてみないと詳細はわからないの。
Leave it to us. Rydia, for sure. Well done. You too, Yuga.
これくらい私にとってはどうってことないよ。
本当にさっきまで緊張で震えてたのに。
震えてなんかないよ。とにかく安心して、こっちは大丈夫だから気をつけて行ってきてね。
分析員に何かあったら豪社の全データをポチッと消しちゃうからね。空気を和ませるための冗談だよ。
Your tone doesn't exactly sound like you're joking. Alright, either way, to keep New Hetero from getting wiped by Monsieur, I swear I'll bring everyone back safe and sound, myself included.
行動中、私は皆さんのバイタルサインを監視し、維持します。
We're counting on you, Yuga.
それと、環境が複雑なため、天界楽土に入ってから通信負荷に陥る可能性があります。ですが、バイタルサインに異変が発生したり、空間が不安定になるようなことがあれば、強制的に皆さんを呼び起こします。ですから、心象風景は極力使用しないでください。
Her green hair, her green eyes met mine, and for a brief second, they seemed to carry an emotion she wasn't meant to feel.
これまでの分析によると、この行為はキロ宇宙に脅威と判定され、排他反応を起こす恐れがあります。マスターキーで一部の排他反応をかき消すことができますが、あなたの心身にダメージを与える可能性が十分あります。しかも、マスターキーまで損耗してしまうかもしれません。
He gestured towards it. Sure enough, faint fractures had started to spider across its surface.
一旦最高権限を失ったら再認証できなくなります。
So that's why I was ejected from the void, and why the headache followed. Clearly, this power should only be wielded in critical moments.
分析員、こっちは準備万全だ。
じゃあ先に行くよ。
Time to move out. Initializing access to the Elysium. Establish neural link. Connection established. Initializing consciousness transfer sequence. Coordinates confirmed. The Elysium, core zone. Login verified. Countdown commencing.
あなたに星の導きがあらんことを。天界ラクドとの接続成功。
Alright. Into the Elysium. Okay, we're gonna use Haru this time.
戦況をよく見ろ。迅速に交代するべき。ここが天界ラクド。
すごいでしょう。ここの建物はニューガントラのまんまだよ。少し前までここでお祭りが開かれてたんだけどね。もういいや、がっかりしてる場合じゃないし。
ああ、まずは邪魔な敵を片付けてからだ。
Okay, I don't hate it. The new enemies, they're just recolored, or redesigned in the same way.
目標達成だが気を抜くな。
I do like the new color palette is all. Damn. Okay.
情報。
Basically, I'm just using my skill as just a blade slash. This is a 4-star weapon though, not the 5-star. The 5-star one, it has the much larger sound. Okay.
いいぞいいぞ。分析員、この敵どもはこの感覚、やはりあいつらも情報体幽霊か。
分析員ハルさん、こいつら知ってんの？
正確には同じタイプの敵を倒したことがあるんだ。俺は名誉と比べれば何の価値もない。
I want to use that support skill.
目標達成だが。
なんか出てきた。
Too bad her standard skill, it does not build up her ulti meter. That's the only problem.
"優秀な戦士は自身のコンディション管理ができるものだ。分析員、周囲の情報体粒子の濃度が上昇している。剣も反応している。
ってことは
敵が近くにいるってことだ。伏兵だ。注意して分析。
うわ、なもの。
I don't think I'll use her ulti yet. Still though.
よっしゃー、この辺の敵は全部片付けたよ。
なのに情報体粒子の濃度は下がっていない。操っているものがまだどこかに潜んでいるはずだ。情報。
分析員、 敵があちこちから押し寄せてきたよ。
いよいよ本気で来たか。感じたか、その重さを。
I still think the bucket looks better than the octave drive though on Haru. Probably because I liked her hairstyle. I like the tight suit that she's wearing. That's why. The remnants of the monsters are in a square suddenly clustered together and, with a deafening roar charging at me as it follows, some silent command. It seems like they were trying to use the ones in front as living shields. Too bad they have no idea what this weapon in my hand was capable of. A few shot range and they collapsed just short of me, snaring as they hit the ground. Haru, you're up.
了解。
She nodded, lowered her stance, and drew her blade to her tip.
貴様らの相手は。こっちだ。
I really think that we need an animation for this. A brilliant arc carved through the air. Her sword never touched them, yet the sheer force of strike cleaved the remaining monsters clean in half. The very space behind them distorted from the impact. The other girl beside me froze, utterly awed by the display of power.
これが覚醒者の本当の実力。
A chilling laugh echoed overhead, sending a shiver down my spine.
分析、向こうのビルの上よ。
I followed Mia's gaze. A shadow floated in midair, wrenched in black mist.
黒い渦に逃げようとしているの。
させるか。
Haru stepped in front of me, blade rising on into guard.
分析員を傷つける者は絶対に許さ。
But wait, Haru, she's not the enemy. I reached out, stopping her before she struck. The laughter above grew louder, more unrestrained, yet the black mist itself never moved. It was a trap. Sure enough, when we didn't take the bait, the black mist so slowly dissipates. What emerged from it wasn't the same figure. It seems from the Starlight Hall.
ここは。
That's the same blue silhouette as Mia's friend though. I transcended and dragged it into the black hole. Before she could finish, her body suddenly went limp, like a puppet with his strings cut, and she plummeted straight towards the dark rift below. Even as Elysium, the pull of stimulated gravity remained it. No time to think. I kicked off the ground and arms outstretched and caught her by the wrist at the last instinct. But just as I pulled her in close, the black mist surged around us. Dark energy bullets came streaking from every direction. I turned, shielded the girl from one arm as I thrust up the other. Sensing danger, my gauntlet flared to life. Its defense barrier snapped open like a shield. Shattered bullets whizzed past at my cheek, but none of them drew off balance. I touched down steady, the girl pale as ash in my arms, but unarmed. Unharmed. Was that the last of his attacks? We're safe now.
安全って私たちがあなたは
Okay, in all due fairness, she was speaking way too slow, so I wasn't sure. Suddenly, a hand formed from black mist shot from these girl's abdomen, dragged aimed straight for my chest. So that's where she was hiding. She's already seen through the ambush. The whole "we're safe" line was nothing more than a bait. I seized the arm and wrenched it free. A wretched shadowy figure tore from the girl's body, crashing heavily to the ground. I pulled the terrifying girl behind me and fired at the shadow before it could rise. It rolled away in panic, darting a ways to flank me, only to be cut off by the flash of cold steel at my right. On my left, Mia's gun was already trained on it. Don't bother. Tricks like that won't work on me. If you're really rosin, then you should know this. I never fight battles I can't win.
勝算のない戦いはしない。
Wait, fight battles I can't win? I never fight battles I lose. What? I think that's the word I'm supposed to look. That's a weird translation. I'm not really sure. I'm confused now. Clarity of judgment, Mia. No matter what happens, you need to stay composed. But that doesn't mean bottle them up. It means knowing when to hold back and when to act. To walk this path, you need both courage and composure.
あれってそういう意味だったんだ。
お前、一体何者だ。
The shadow wearing Rosin's face only curled its lips into a twisted grin.
チェ、話せないんじゃん。
No sooner had that cold laugh faded than I heard the mist swirled behind me again. Manipulated by the black mist, the shattered bullets I deflected earlier now turned onto us once more.
分析、気をつけろ。
Haru reacted instinctively, spinning around with her blade already rising to deflect. But in that split second, I looked away from the shadowy figure. It hit me. It was a diversion. She knew Haru and I could easily spot aside an attack from behind, so why bother? Only one reason. To force us to turn and leave the weakest link exposed. A Russian air sweep passed my ear as the shadow lunged for Mia, silent as a wraith.
私を甘く見ないでよ。
She gritted her teeth, opened fire, shot after shot, exploding into searing sparks midair. Her hands trembled, but she held her ground.
落ち着け、ミア。怒りと恐怖心に支配されちゃダメ。
But every round missed. The shadow twisted through the air, slipping past as if the laws of physics didn't apply. With her shots spent and no longer a threat, the shadow slammed its palm against the dagger pommel, ramming the blade straight to her forehead. Pain seared through my arm, but I made it.
分析員
In her with trembling eyes with my reflection, shielding her with my arm. You almost had me. Almost. My bloody fingers clamped around the shadow's shoulders like an iron fist, pinning it down. Haru! Haru's blade erupted in a brilliant flame as she poured everything into a final strike. An armored unit suddenly unfolded across the shadow's back, glinting coldly. It was the same defense system as my own gauntlets.
Nani?
Her golden light sword crashed against it, and it shattered, scattering like bristled glass against the dark plating.
剣が
Her amber pupils constricted sharply. And in that fleeting daze, dozens of shadowy tendrils lashed out from the creature's back like vipers, coiling instantly around her fractured blade. The world wrapped around her. Rosin's shadow flickered in and out of existence, half real, half illusions. Haru shook her head sharply, struggling to break free. She tried to spark her light sword regeneration, but the tendrils had leached away every drop of its power. That thing, it was adapting, growing stronger with every clash. We couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. I clenched my fists and powered up the cannon on my right gauntlet. Haru, let's go. Fall back.
いや待って分析員
She moved on instant, but the time her mind caught up, it was too late. A thunderous blast erupted between us, ripping the air apart. Even with my shield up, the shockwave shredded most of my armor. My vitals held, but pain torn through my bones as I struggled to stand on my feet. As for the enemy, the shadow's frame has been obliterated, leaving behind only a writhing mass of black mist.
なるほどお前の心は体についていけてないようだな
Broken muttering seeps from the black mist. Then it began to fade as heavy clouds rolled in across the sky above. No, that's not an attack.
分析員これは私からのプレゼントよ
With that, the black mist began to slowly rise. Overhead, storm clouds churned and vague silhouettes plummeted from the sky like meteorites. Just as I feared, she was using innocent civilians as shields, trying to slow us down. The three of us could never reach them all in time, unless I invoked inner mind to wrap the flow of time. Only our choice would be. No. Wait, I forgot. Just as the civilians slipped beyond our reach, crimson ribbons shot from my gauntlet. Doritos ribbons summoned through my link. They woven together mid-air, forming a vast life-saving net stretching between the buildings. Only a few meters above the rift, every last one of them were caught safely. And yet, she got away. When I look up again, that black mist was gone.
分析員、春音、怪我は
I'm fine. Just a small wound.
自分も平気だ。
Good. If Haru hasn't drawn the shadow's attention the way she did, I wouldn't have the chance to strike back.
分析員と春音がいなかったらミアもう終わってたかも。
分析員ミア。
ヘムダル部隊の分析員と覚醒者の方。
Are these the silhouettes from the students that they used earlier before, like the Concord Ordo? Are they? I'm not really sure. I don't remember very well. The Transcendents we just rescued had regained their senses. One by one, they gathered around us.
私はまだ違うけど、こっちの二人は。
ありがとう。誰だか知らないけど、助けてくれてありがとう。
生きてここから出られるなんて夢みたいだわ。
They must have met the black hole. If so, they could have still be carrying data from inside. If you don't mind, could you share any internal logs you retained from the black hole? They're vitals for our next steps.
いいけど、一つ聞いてもいい？もしかして昔ロザンを撃退してくれたのは。
That was me.
やっぱり。
役に立つならどうぞ使ってください。
Hands reach out to me, her eyes filled with trust and quiet relief.
黒い渦にまだ人が残ってるの。
ええ、意識を失った人たちもいるわ。私の姉も。
We'll do everything we can.
感謝します。
Just as the girls finally let a breath of relief, the ground shuddered beneath us. A surge of energy erupted from the black hole at the center of the plaza, ripping the ground apart. Everyone, if you're able, log out now. This space is breaking down fast. And please, don't tell anyone about what happened here. Not yet. Once we're clear, we'll make everything public. At once, beams of light signal logouts across the crowd, but some, like due to damaged gear, still couldn't disconnect. Those who can't log out, follow us. We'll get to you safely. We'll get you to safely. I think they used it wrong too. I glanced towards the residential zone in the distance. It still looks stable. Mia, can I ask you for a favor?
どうしたの改まって。何でもするからさ。何でもやるから言って言って。
I need you to leave this place for now. She froze mid-step, caught off guard. I'm entrusting you with the data we gathered from the Transcendents and the full situation report. Deliver it to Yuga and the girls. One more thing, tell them, even though this space is destabilizing, don't disconnect Haru and me just yet.
なんだそんなこともったいぶらないで早く言ってよ。オッケー、任せて。
I gave her a nod.
そんじゃあまた後でね。
We'll be up ahead, waiting.
任務を終えたら必ず戻ってくるからね。
The promise finally eased her. But a flash of blue light, Mia vanished from sight.
さあ行こう。分析。
Haru stood at my side, light sword flaring through light once more. Yeah, let's go. Evacuation. Okay.
分析見ろ。11時方向ビルの屋上。何かが反射している。あれが隠れ家ってわけか。
Since Mia logged out, we're playing as Haru this time.
さあ情報。美しい音だ。目標達成だが気を抜くな。これは名誉と比べれば何の価値もない。前方の情報体粒子濃度がまた上昇している。分析、自分が先に偵察してくる。
Slightly nascent form of black hole, the Lumini activates when light approaches. Upon activation, it emits a pierce white light. Okay. I wonder if I use my skill set if it changes. Let's see. Okay, it does. Wait, did I just... Oh, hold on. Wait, can I jump? Yeah, I can. What's the point? What's the point of going around? Just jump. I guess I can use my ulti now. Let's do it.
感じたか、その重さを。
Okay, even though I used my ulti, I didn't use it to the fullest extent, so maybe I'll use it again next time.
敵の攻撃が止まったようだ。
After breaking through the enemy's defense, Haru and I escorted the Transcendent safely to the destination. They thanked us, and some even wanted to stay and fight by our side. But with the zone still unstable, I had to refuse. The safe house would hold for about 3 hours, long enough for Yuga and the girls to open a way back. For now, Haru and I remain outside. The black hole stopped rising. Looks like Yuga's lockdown worked.
これからどうする？ここに残るか、 それとも一旦外に出てミアと合流するか。
Until we unlock the ability to fly, there's no way for us to reach the black hole. Let's fall back and regroup with Mia.
任務を終えたら必ず戻ってくるからね。
分析。
Wait, she says she'll come back for us, but it's been so long already.
ということはあっちでも何かが。
Try logging out. See if the system still responds. She tapped the button behind her ear. A flash of blue. Then nothing. She didn't blink out.
ダメだ、反応がない。
Our way back was gone. And we have to go with that option. In the stairway, Hyuga clutched the damaged login device as she rushed upward with Mia and her mother. Moments earlier, just as Mia was about to activate it to return to Elysium, a pack of the change crashed in through the window. They were quickly neutralized, but the device was damaged in the fray. Now, escorting Mia's unaware mother and carrying two unconscious companions, they climbed as footsteps pounded up from the stairway behind them.
ママ、みんなは先に上に行ってて。ミア。
As the enemies closed in, Mia bolted over the rail without a second thought, bracketing her shotgun in midair.
ユガ、ログイン装置まだ治んないの？
もう少しです。意識ケーブル端子を再配分しました。現在、損傷したリンクパスの補強処理中です。2人の位置は今確認中です。
Fortunately, there weren't many enemies in the first wave, and they quickly fell under the hail of gunfire. And unlike the foes in the Elysium, these ones didn't rise again.
ようやく片付いた。
A shaky cry for help came from the adjustance corridor.
お願い、助けてください。
It was a mother and a daughter. Trapped and terrified, they slumped on the floor too, frightened to move. Strangely, those monsters didn't move. As one, their heads turned, locking onto Mia, as if waiting. Her palm clung to the black grip of her shotgun, slick with sweat. Helping them could trap her in enemy reinforcements, but to turn a blind eye. She hesitated just a beat.
顔を上げないで、目を覆ってて。
Her fingers tightened on the trigger again. As the smoke cleared, the little girl kept her face buried in her mother's arms, small shoulders trembling. Her teary eyes brimmed with the fear and unease. Her expression caught something in memory, and Mia paused, lost in thought.
あの時の私もこうだったな。
But the moment passed, she quickly returned her focus to the present.
落ち着いて、もう大丈夫だから。私たちについてきて、安全な。
ミヤさん、後ろ。
The wall to her side suddenly caved in, and huckling charge barreled out of the rumble. As Mia protected the mother and daughter, the remaining enemies swarmed up the stairs. Lacking combat instincts, Mia reflectively threw up her arms, but her weapons were instinctively knocked from her grasp.
子供たちから離れなさい。
A chunk of debris smashed the change square in the back. It turns out only to find a small woman staring it down. Small by comparison, yes, but she didn't waver.
おばさん。
ユガさん、あなたたちが何者かは知らないけど。
She turned to Yuga. The softness of her face hardened, sharp as blade, a striking contrast to the gentle housewife from moments ago.
あなたたちはニューガントラの客人、そしてミアの友人よ。だから私が守る。早く逃げて。
Her legs trembled, yet she spread her arms and stood firm. She set her sights framed between them and the monsters at their last line of defense. The change hesitated for a heartbeat, then loosened a pierced streak. Massive claws scythed through the air, slashing towards her. Two gunshots cracked the air, almost in unison. One hit in right arm from Mia's still smoking shotgun. The second round struck dead center right between the eyes. Hey now, heroes don't run from a fight. Ma'am, I appreciate it, but let us handle this.
分析
Oru had only just come to. Unsteady, she lifted her hand to her forehead.
気がついたの？よかった。すごいよユガ、タイミングバッチリじゃん。
いいえ、私ではありません。
じゃあ
In her mind, he said using it would force a logout.
やはり心象風景を使ったのですね。
Her usually cold voice now wavered slightly. As a machine built without the ability to feel, she hesitated, shaken by something close to her human remorse.
ごめんなさい。私のせいで後者ならきっと。
It would have praised you. Your safe house kept everyone in Elysium safe.
これは私の義務です。これくらいのことでは後者に褒められたりしません。
Her voice module faltered for a moment. Then let me be the first to praise you. I smiled and tapped her lightly on the forehead, then tightened the strap on her shoulder. You did great, Yuga. Really. The mechanical girl froze. Even she seems unsure when the sudden spark of emotion has come from. Alright, that's enough chatter. Mia, could you brief us on the situation?
さっきマンションの一角に隠れ部屋を作った直後に攻撃を受けたわ。でもあれって天界楽土にいたイカ人のはず。なんで現実世界に現れたのかな。
Her brow knitted, her fingers absently rubbing the grip of her gun.
しかも包囲されちゃったみたい。
情報体の幽霊だ。
Haru slowly closed her eyes, as if sensing something in the air around them.
こいつらから感じるその気配、間違えるはずがない。分析員、この付近に第五研究所のような情報体を活性化できる装置があるのかもしれない。奴らはそういう装置を利用して2つの世界を行き来しているはずだ。
A hydrogen resonator, like the Institute. Haru might be onto something. We encountered similar enemies before, but the situation at New Hendaro wasn't quite the same. At the 5th Research Institute, the resonance device filled 3 whole underground levels. But the enemies, as Haru suspected, have taken advantage of Gouge's absence to plant the device capable of transferring the change into reality, with all within just a few days? Or perhaps it wasn't a device at all, but something else pulled them together.
安全って私たちがあなたは一体
Yuga, do you still have the data of every transcendent we pulled from the Elysium?
はい、ミヤさんから渡されました。何か思いついたのですか？
The transcendents are the getaways of the change, used to breach reality. Hold their last logout coordinates as quickly as you can. A streak outside tore through the brief quiet. They weren't going to give us a second of breath to breathe. Yuga, keep down what I instruct you to do.
了解。彼らの場所を特定し、ドローンで現状を確認します。それからフリティアさんの支援を受け、ハノイの塔の制御権を奪還し、一部の都市防衛システムも起動できるようになりました。必要であれば随時火力支援も行います。
That's a huge help. Mia, take your mother and everyone in this building to the roof. Find secure cover.
了解。分析員はどうすんの？
Haru and I will sweep the lower floors. We can't let them break through.
了解。
Fallen Star. Alright, we're less than halfway there, so.
防衛作戦、これより開始する。分析員が引いたこの境界線、誰にも越えさせない。情報。目標達成だが気を抜くな。敵が別方向から迂回してきたのか。了解。すぐに向かう。価値もない。
Yeah, Mia is OP on her own. That was her skill, by the way.
情報。
Hold on.
しつこいな。心配するな分析員。私は無事だ。分析員の剣としてそう簡単に折れるものか。情報片付けた。だが任務完了まで気を抜くなよ。優秀な戦士は自身のコンディション管理もできるものだ。
お待たせしました。都市防衛システムを奪還し、援護砲撃の準備も完了しました。分析員さん、 敵に対する航空火力攻撃を開始します。地面の標識に注意し回避してください。
情報。いいぞいいぞ。一位先進。情報。感じたか、その重さを。
Yeah, every time. Every time I use my ulti, I never get the chance to use it.
分析員、マンションの住民は全員安全な場所に避難させたよ。
こちらも天界楽土から撤退した全昇格者を見つけました。
Good work, Mia. Well done, Yuga. With the last monster down, the battle came to an end, and a hard-won victory. Smoke poured through the broken streets, winding that past shatters walls and hollow shells of the homes. The once bustling residential district now lay in ruins. Overhead, thick black smoke veiled the sky, like a curtain drawn across the heavens. For a moment, it felt like a dark sky and our Rosin's invasion has returned. Yuga stepped forward to report on the situation at the other front.
あなたの予測通り、全員昏睡状態に陥り、変異者が現実世界に侵入するゲートとなっていました。ですが、フリティアさんやマーシルさんのおかげで全パスを閉鎖できました。隠れ家に避難していた人の引き渡しや移送作業も完了しました。
As long as everyone's safe, that's what matters.
はい。それから黒い渦内部の状況についても一部把握できました。天界楽土に位置する黒い渦は侵略者の安全な隠れ家ではなく、負の感情を吸収し変換する情報体処理センターだったのです。
処理センター。
はい。黒い渦の中心にはコア部品が存在します。この主な役割は収集した感情データを輸送に適した情報状態の粒子に変換することです。実は豪社も長らく似たようなことをしていました。皆の感情を吸収し解析することでその後の方針を決めていたのです。感情はすべて情報体に転化され、バーチャル天体に保存されます。
And someone hijacked that system.
はい。黒い渦の向こうにあるのがキロ宇宙の最深部にあるネガティブな感情を保存するための天体です。天界楽土はその前哨に過ぎません。ちなみに現時点でパスは全て封鎖されましたが、天界楽土には今でも多くの変異者が集まっているようです。その数はそろそろ天界楽土の限界を超えるかもしれません。
早く戻って阻止しないと。
Not yet. If we move now, we risk leaving this site unguarded and take a strike back.
ロザン事件以降、私たちはハノイの島を中心に12カ所の避難所を建設しました。必要ならばニューガントラの全住民に安全保障を提供いたします。
Let's start the arrangement immediately. But first, I turned towards the plaza when the panicked crowds had begun to gather, drawn by the commotion of battle. Instinctively, they clustered in the one place that still felt safe, near me. Many has already recognized who I was.
まずは
First, we make sure they're safe, and that they feel safe. Even before I finished speaking, I shrugged off my jacket and raised a hand to the crowd. The enemies are clear, but there might still be wounded trapped inside. Can anyone help get them out? The plaza went still for a moment. Then a small hand held shot up.
私やるよ。私も。
一緒に行きましょう。分析員がいればきっと大丈夫よ。
Thanks, everyone. I nodded and turned and kicked aside from the broken remains of the change at my feet. I bent low, carried the boulder blocking the doorway aside, and dashing into the building. The crowd erupted at the sight. Fear instinctively gave way to the surge, determined resolve.
すごいよ分析員。みんなの気持ちがまた一つになった。
ああ、分析員はそういう存在の人だからな。最も不安な時にみんなを勇気づけ、希望を与える。
光のように。
ああ、その通りだ。
After rescuing the last residents trapped inside, I gathered the crowd and explained the situation. But by then, the panic has already faded, replacing the quiet determination. Starlight pierced the clouds, casting its glow across every face, driving out the fear and gloom. In this wounded land, courage and hope pushed through once more, like a tender green of new spring. As the night worn out, no further attacks came. Evacuation continued steadily just as we had planned it. Only one last group remained. I stepped out from the makeshift command post on the rooftop. In the distance, the tower of Hanoi shone like a beacon against the dark. Radio Monsieur and the other Heimdall reinforcements should be arriving soon. Yuga and Mia were already in position to receive them. Thanks to them, I could stay behind to cover the rescue and evacuation without worry. I stretched my strong shoulders and let my gaze drift upward. The night sky over New Huntero were always clear, and tonight, a full moon. Full moon, is it? Yep. A full moon hung high above, a silver light spilling across the floating city, bathing the shattered battlefield in the soft dream-like glow. Let's call this moonlight a small reward from fate. Shame that.
失礼、分析員。
A cool evening breeze carried a faint scent of flowers. I turned, and she stood in the moonlight, cheeks flushed and boutique in her hands. The breeze shifted her bangs, revealing eyes more tender than the moonlight itself. Petals danced in the air between us.
これを。
Thanks, Haru, but where did you get such a big boutique? I reached out to take the flowers. A brief tough touch of her fingers sent a quiet ripple through my heart.
自分ではなく、出発前にある老婦人があなたにと。
Ah, a citizen of New Hentaro.
それと、一緒にこのメッセージも。ニューガントラの英雄さんへと。
Hero, huh? I smiled and set the boutique gently on the stone pillar beside me. Looks like I have to work even harder. Haru, give them the victory that lives up to what they see in us.
ああ、 もちろんだ。
He nodded firmly. What's that in your other hand?
ああ、これはミネラルウォーターだ。ずっと救援の行動指示を出していたから喉が渇いたかと思って自販機で買ってきたんだ。
He twisted the cap open and offered it to me.
どうぞ。懐に入れて温めておいたからもう冷たくないはずだ。
Haru, you really are thoughtful.
当たり前のことだ。分析員に鼓舞されたのはニューガントラの住民だけじゃない。自分もだ。あなたとビルに入った瞬間、自分が背負っている使命を再認識できた気がする。
The blush faded from her cheeks, replaced by a quiet, nostalgic smile.
ただ、あの時一瞬ぼんやりしてしまったんだ。
Lost in thought?
ああ、廃墟へ向かう分析員の背中が数年前のエリアゼロ救援作戦の時と似ていた気がして。当時の自分は安全部に研修生として入ったばかりで。
You were the ace trainee, certified and honored by me personally. Although, I lowered my voice theatrically. Let's not forget the real highlight. The relay champ who had held together the whole way through and almost face planted in the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Haru. She broke into laughter, covering her mouth.
覚えていたのか。あなたが支えてくれなければ表彰式が台無しになっていたところだった。あの時の自分は最優秀研修生ではあったが何も分かっていなかった。表彰式すらぎこちなくてましてや実践なんて全く。だが転びそうになるといつも誰かが支えてくれた。
Her gaze grew misty again, and without realizing it, her hands had curled into fists. Haru.
それにそれだけじゃない。あの年父の件で自分は安全部を離れようとした時、あなたは駅に駆けつけてここが君の家だと言ってくれた。あの瞬間自分は歩み続ける勇気を得て今まで頑張ってこれた。今振り返れば人生の分岐点にはいつもあなたがいてくれた。
Haru, you were the one who made those choices. I only pointed the way that you lost sight of it.
あなたらしいな。謙虚で優しくて。
Gentle, sure, but I'm not being humble. You're just that good, Haru. Even in the 3 years I was gone, you've shown everyone. You outshone everyone. From ace trainee to the model security officer, and now captain of the Heimdall force. No one else could complete that journey for you. Those honors, they're yours and yours alone. Besides, there's something I should thank you for too.
急に何言い出すんだ。
Her voice caught thick with emotions. I reached out and gently cupped her burning cheeks. Thank you for waiting for me. all those 3 years. She bit back the sob rising in her throat. Her body trembled with the effort. It was because of you that Heimdall pulled through so many missions of the containment zone. And when I first took over, I didn't feel like some new assignment. It felt like coming home, just like the old days with the security department. You made Heimdall feel like home, a home I could always return to. I know this is what you always fought for, on the battlefield and in life. You always stay true to your conviction. And besides, tulips mean reunion. I'm glad we found our way back to each other. In the end, the tears she held back slipped free, falling gently into the center of my palm.
失礼。取り乱してしまった。
Flustered, she raised an arm and whipped at her ears with the sleeves of her jacket.
あの3年間はあなたが自分に残した任務を遂行していただけで、作戦から何もかもあなたの真似事をしていただけだ。自分はあなたが思うほどすごくない。自分はただあなたの一番鋭利な剣になりたいだけだ。剣としてもまだまだ未熟だ。残念ではあるが、あなたの剣である以上、ずっと鞘に守られているわけにはいかない。今のこの姿を覚えておいて、そして分析員としてあなたのやるべきことをしてほしい。何？剣が…剣と一つになれば万の障壁も切り伏せられる。自分はまだその真意を理解できずにいる。
Maybe he didn't mean you should become the sword. Maybe it's the other way around. The sword should become an extension of you.
人の延長？
Yeah. Think of it not as a tool, but an extension of your will, of who you are. I'm no expert on swords, so let me put it in gun terms. Novice shooters only focus only on their own motions. With experience, they learn to read enemies' movements instead. The veterans, though, only focus on one thing. Raise your gun, not to kill, but to win.
自分は切ることに気を取られ、何のために切るのかという点を忘れていたということか。
Exactly. Next time you swing your sword, try forgetting what's in front of you. Forget the sword itself even. Let the reason you swing your sword flow straight through it. As I spoke, I demonstrated it with a swing.
わかった。
Seeing me move, Haru lit up. Without a second thought, she drew her sword. Here. Now? I was a bit surprised at first, but when I saw the determination in her eyes, I smiled. I gave a nod. Good luck. Haru's gaze shifted to the broken stone pillar nearby. Then she closed her eyes. The air around us stilled heavy with tension. And then... With a sharp cry, her blade flashes through the air. For a heartbeat, it felt as if the night itself has been sliced apart. The stone pillar split in two with a ringing crack. The exposure surface was smooth as glass. Ah, I see. What she sliced wasn't a stone, it was the very space it occupied. The sword that once pierced a resonator now seems to hold a similar power. A power that could unravel all things, even space itself, into raw titangens. It wasn't exactly magic, but it was something only horror could do. A perfect strike.
なるほど。こういうことか。ありがとう、分析員。
She grabbed my wrist and bounced with joy, like a girl who just won her first golden star. There you go, Haru. The credit's all yours. I pinched her cheeks. Her cheeks, flushed and warm, but soft beneath my fingers. The sword master who just split space itself with, once again, just a bashful girl. I leaned forward, watching the last of the civilians disappear into the distance. Then I picked up the boutique and gave her a small wave. It's getting late. A last group clear out. Let's regroup to the Tower of Hanoi. Haru didn't answer right away. Her face was still red. But just as I began to walk back and my shoulders brushed past hers, I felt the faintest tug at the hem of my coat.
待ってくれ。
Anything else?
まだ振り返らないで。
Haru.
恥ずかしいから。
Understood. Above us, clouds drift slowly past the moon. Our shadows blend on the ground, soft and hazy, like the thoughts of a girl in love. In this quiet stillness, the only sound left in the world was the rhythm of two hearts. And then a voice broke the silence.
さっき、剣を振り続ける本当の理由を、己の信念を刃に乗せ、迷いなく進め、と言っていたが、その理由なんだが。
Her pale fingers tightened around my coat, and she leaned gently onto my back.
他人や自分のためではなく、もちろん名誉のためでもない。多分大事な約束を守るためにここまで来たのだと思う。
Beneath the moonlight, she let out a slow, deep breath. As if releasing every emotion she held on to across 5 long years in a single breath.
そしてその約束から新しい感情が芽生えてきたんだ。実はこの5年間ずっと分析員のことを考えていた。部下としてではなく、一人の女性としての純粋な恋心だ。その恋心が今の自分を支え、剣を振り続けている理由だ。
Without a word, I slowly turned to her face.
分析。
The Tower of Hanoi stood quiet in the night, its lights shining bright. Brighter than any light that could ever touch the helipad in all the years she waited. A few hours earlier.
ロザン。なるほど。私の名前はロザンというのか。そっちの私もこんなことになるとは思わなかっただろう。何しろ偶然の産物だからね。 石員、今回は綺麗事だけで私に勝てると思っていないだろうな。実はお前がそんなことを言ってる間にみんなの心に恐怖を植え付けたのさ。野獣が本能的に炎を恐れるように、恐怖こそが生物を害から遠ざけ種をつなぎ存続させる唯一の手段なのさ。
Okay, we're on 7. Okay. We need to get through this soon.
あ、分析。
Moments later, Haru and I made it back to the base of the tower at Hanoi. The Yijusho transport was just folding in its last rudder blade into piece. Fridia, Mashur, and Nozomi. When did you all get here?
私たちもちょうど着いたところだよ。
That closing is very transparent. I could see through the other area.
もうニューガントラに来るなら来るって言ってよ。そしたら私が案内してあげたのに。
今回の案内役は私が務めます。
この子は？
Nozomi eyes drifted to Yuga, her voice tinged to the flicker of jealousy. This mission was classified from the start. I hope you understand. Still, funny how we all end up here at the same time.
えへへ、偶然ってあるもんだね。
これこそがタブレットと博愛の神の選択だにゃん。
あ、にゃん？
気にしなくていいよ。これは口癖だにゃん。ちなみにタブレットと博愛の神は3秒前に作ったばかりの設定だにゃん。
わかりました。
Huh. She beat me to the punch, roasting herself before I even had the chance.
まずは分析員が怪我してないか確認させてにゃん。
そうそう、ちゃんと確認しなきゃ。
にゃ。
Hey, what? Before I could finish, the two petite girls barreled into me. Fridia's slender fingers lifted across my arms and chest, while Monsieur crouched lower to inspect the lower half of my body.
下半身を確認したけど目立った怪我はしてないにゃん。
上半身も、あれ、分析員の頭に届かないかも。分析員、しゃがんでくれる？ちょっとだけでいいから。
Alright. I chuckled and leaned down until my eyes were just below the top of Fridia's head. Warmth radiates from her, like a little heat. It made my nose prickle and a gentle warmth blooming in my chest. Yuga's opened her mouth, then froze like a beach fish. The welcome speech she rehearsed rose to the tip of her tongue, only to slide right back down.
いずれ慣れるさ。まさかまたここに戻ってくるとは。
Life? When did you get here? Heels clicked crisply against the ground as a tall posed figure stepped through the moonlit haze. Her silver white hairs streamed behind her, shimmered like a river of stars. When our eyes meet, her lips curve into a soft, reassuring smile. Without a hint of hesitation, she crossed the distance, rose onto her toes, and brushed a gentle kiss against my cheek.
あなた
But you came too. And you even brought the new security bots.
ああ改良済みのアクロポリス学院3型騎兵は街での作戦が得意だから地上の火力不足を補えるはずだ
That's my life. Always thinking 3 steps ahead. And that's what you're... And what's that you're carrying?
これはあなたたちがキロ宇宙で作戦を実行すると聞いてチェンシンが用意したクルミと豚のスペアリブの煮込みだこっちはテスが作ったフルーツタルト
Food? Okay. Just moments ago, she stood poised and graceful. Now she was moving briskly around the makeshift table, pulling out dish after dish from the supply crates as if perform a magic trick, I assume. Is it magic trick? Yeah, it didn't even show. Steam rose, carrying rich aromas into the night air. Perfect timing. I was starving. There was no way I could finish all of this alone. Come on, everyone. Let's eat together. I waved them over a grin. And just like that, the tension of the night melted into the warmth, softening every face around the table. Looking around, I couldn't help but feel something missing from this moment of joy. Right, Hugo. Where's Mia?
1時間前に休憩に入りました。体力を使い切っただけなので心配は不要です。あなたの戻りを待っていたいとのことでしたが、私が強制的に寮へ送りました。
See. That's not like Mia. She's not the type to give in that easily.
お二人も休んでください。正規の部屋のログイン装置アップデートにはもう少し時間がかかりますので。
こっちはフリティア先生に任せて。
今のうち少し休んでほしい。ここ数日天界楽土でずっと頑張っていただろう。安心して私たちに任せて。
If you all are insisting, Haru, let's get some rest. We'll need to be at a full strength for what's coming.
了解。
Oh, Ridia, mind if I borrow you for a moment before dinner?
なに
Here's the thing. After dinner, Haru and I took the room Yuga has prepared for us, just like everyone suggested. But lying there on my back, staring at the pitch-dark ceiling, sleep eluded me. Unknown enemies, a promise to protect the city, the warmth from earlier slipped away like a receding tides. Eventually, I got up and got dressed. Maybe the night wind could quiet the noise in my head. But the moment I slid the door open, Mia. She scrambled to her feet. The breeze teased her hair, scattering moonlight across the steps. She smoothed her skirt, looking at a little sheepish.
ごめん。びっくりさせちゃった。
Nah, just caught me off guard. But what are you doing out here? Weren't you supposed to be resting?
寝て起きたら会いたくなっちゃって。でもね、ドアの前まで来たんだけど、起こしちゃうかなって。だからここで待ってたの。
These steps are freezing. You'll catch a cold.
でも星がめっちゃ綺麗だからいいの。
What does that have to do with? Never mind.
分析員？
Come on, take me somewhere with a better view. You didn't wait out here just for a small talk. There's something you want to tell me, right? She sniffens for a moment, like my words had hit a nerve. Then she looked up, pulled that familiar smile back into place, and gave me a firm nod. Before long, Mia had led me down a winding path to an observation deck near shelter number 3, a space thoughtfully designed. From here, the stars stretched like a glittering river overhead, while the faint glow of the city traced a delicate outline below. It felt like we were standing on the edge of two worlds. She tilted her head back, her eyes catching the reflection of the stars. The moment was so beautiful, it made me hold my breath.
分析員、ほらここから手伸ばしたら星をつかめそうじゃない？
I know, but it's only their light. The nearest stars are still light years away.
そうなんだ。
Really, to touch the stars, we have to cross the whole sky.
なんだか難しそうだな。でも、それでも。
Mia slowly raised her hands, fingers open like she catched the stars. Her hand hovered in midair, then like a shadow slipped away, lowered gently back into her lap.
分析員、やっぱ。
The starlight in her eyes dimmed. What is it?
やっぱ、覚醒者になるのやめる。
I looked at her clenched fists, but said nothing. Her lashes trembled, and then, like something gave way inside her, the words came spilling out.
だって、私ってどんくさいし、すごい戦術装備を着てもあんま役に立たないし、力加減できなくて、ハノイの塔の柱を壊しちゃったり、天界ラクドでロザンっていうやつにつけ込まれて分析員に怪我させちゃったし、それから廊下で優柔不断のせいでみんなを危険な目に遭わせそうになったし、だからまだ覚醒者になる準備ができてないかもって。これ以上迷惑かける前にユガに戦術装備を返した方がいいよね。
Every word scraped out of her throat, stiff, hesitant, and heavy. Mia.
ああ、誤解しないで。これから何もしないってことじゃないから。前線に行かなくてもちゃんとサポートするし。
She kept rambling, but never once met my eyes. You're waiting at my door just to tell me all of that?
うん。
In the starlight, her profile looks delicate, almost fragile. Her quiet reply drifted off like a leaf carried away by the night breeze. I see. Sounds like you come to understand what it really means to shoulder the duty of being a manifestation. I'll talk to Yuga.
ありがとう、分析員。
Her voice grew softer and softer, like it might disappear altogether. But before that, Mia, there's something I want to tell you. We haven't worked together for long, but seeing you brought back something I almost forgotten. That spark of a newcomer's drive. It reminds me of myself when I first joined the security department.
あ、私と分析員は全然違うよ。
She turned her face away as she spoke, pretending that the night breeze has stung her eyes. But I saw it. The way she slipped the corner of her eyes were all sleeves. From where I'm standing, you've done far better than you give yourself credit for. Honestly, we could never have made it into the Elysium without you. And in the stairway, if you hadn't held off the enemy, I would have made it in time to save the others. You've done well, Mia. Really well. Gently rub her cheek.
私はそんな。
Though her voice still trembles, her shoulders began to ease, long before her clenched fist has slowly relaxed. So don't let it weigh you down. A smile suits you better, Mia. Even if it gets to be too weak, take a break. You're always welcome to come talk to me.
ありがとう、分析員。じゃあ、今日はもう帰るね。
I'm curious about something. Is this really how you feel, Mia?
どういう意味？
I mean, do you really want to give up on becoming a manifestation?
もちろんよ。すっごく考えてからやめるって決めたし。
Then how do you explain your trembling hands? Her body jolted in a panic. She looked down only to realize her fists were clenched tight again. Those shaking hands betrayed her. She didn't want to let go. There's so much to say, but because deep down, you really don't want to give up.
でも、やらかしちゃうところだったから。あのタイミングで分析員が来なかったら、あの子もママもみんな。
I'm not saying this to make you feel better. I'm saying it because it's true. We fired at the same time. Your shot didn't hit the core, but it interrupted enemy's attack. Even if I weren't there, all you need to do was pull the trigger one more time to finish the job.
あの時の私には無理だったと思う。冷静になれないの。分析員やハルネーみたいにどんな時も冷静でいるなんてできないよ。
Mia, it's not about staying calm.
じゃあ
Tell me, do you know how to play tic-tac-toe?
三目並べできるけど、どうして急に？
Let's play around. I pick a stick and quickly scratch a grid onto the soft earth. Then I drew a circle on the top left circle. Your turn. Best of 3.
うん。
She still didn't get why we're playing, but took the stick anyway. After a long pause, she drew her first X. And so our quiet little match began. My moves were quick and decisive. Mia, on the other hand, hesitated every time, so even so, she still lost the first game.
負けた。
By the second round, she was bitten her lip, caught in a deeper hesitation. Wanna know why I always win?
分析員が経験豊富だから？
Fair guess, but that's not the real reason. It's because you're always regretting your last move instead of focusing on the next. Mia lifted her head, puzzled, and I went on. The truth is, when we made a choice, the what if stopped existing anymore. What made the decision right isn't the choice itself, it's how we carry it forward. That's why it doesn't matter which path you took. What matters is whether you can believe in it. Think about it, everyone's safe and sound. Isn't that proof enough?
つまり、これは私が自分で作った未来だから後悔する必要はないってこと？
Her gaze grew steadier. Exactly. Come on, let's finish our game. This time, her hand didn't falter. Each move came quicker than the last. With a soft crack where the twig split, the second round ended beneath the stars.
よし、引き分け。
See? When you focus on the present, everything becomes simpler. The city lights still simmer in the distance, yet in her eyes, there was only this rough little board scratching onto the ground. Her once shaky hand now lowered, steady as a rock. Next time, you'll still be scared, and it'll still be hurt, but you make your choice faster.
ありがとう、分析員。
Tears slipped down her cheeks, but the corners of her lips curved into the determined smile. The night breeze stirred, carrying away the last trace of doubt. A long time passed. As the stars began to fade, she finally spoke, softly but without the slightest tremble.
さっきの覚醒者になるのを諦めるって話、撤回してもいい？
Huh? You said that? Must have missed it.
ねえ、なんでからかうの？手を貸してもらってもいい？
Sure. But what? But what? Before I could finish, her fingers slipped into mine and collapsed them tight. She held on like she's afraid I might disappear. And through her grip, I could feel the race of her heartbeat. Mia. She didn't hesitate. She didn't answer. Instead, she brushed her thumbs gently across my palm.
私のよりずっと大きいけど、暖かいね。この豆と傷跡はいっぱい戦った証だね。
More than I can ever count.
みんなを守るためにできた傷なんでしょ？
I gave her a nod.
そんなにいっぱい戦ってきたのに、こんなに暖かくて優しくできるし、私みたいなおっちょこちょいの手綱も弾けるし。
Starlight shimmered in her eyes once again, glittering like a tiny diamonds. Still, she said, as we had met before. No, not as if I was sure of it. We met before. I couldn't recall when, but these past few days, it's all those little moments told me this autumn wasn't the first time we met. A strange feeling welled up inside me, as if something deep in my memory has begun to stir. It felt blurred, like a shadow seems through frosted glass. Mia, I've been wondering.
何？
If maybe we've met before. Her pupils shrank and her grip of my hand tightened instantly. Then, as if trying to hide something, she suddenly threw her hand back in laughter, clear and ringing against the silent night.
なんなのそれ。そういうナンパの仕方、マジ古いんだけど。
Stated a young lady who grabbed my hand first and won't let go. But seriously, I mean it. I can't shake the feeling that somewhere in New Hetero, we really did cross paths, not just a passing glance.
直接会ったわけじゃないけど、確かに以前分析員の後ろ姿に助けられたことがあるんだよね。
My back?
それはまだ秘密。
She made a face and stuck her tongue out at me. And why is that?
だって先に告白した方が負けだし。
In what world would this count as a confession of love? Watching her impish grin, I let out a sigh of smile. Alright, tell me when you're ready then.
マジもう聞かないの？
Press on you what?
またそうやってからかうし。
She turned her head with a little pout, muttering under her breath. But a moment later, her gaze drifted back at my face. Was it? Suddenly she leaned in, close enough that I could see my reflection shining clear in her eyes, a deep reddish purple hue. Her warm breath, faintly trembles, brushed against my nose. Before I could react, her lips brushed my cheeks with a fleeting kiss. And just as I was about to say something,
あらあら、ミアったらまた抜け出したのね。
a soft, gently teasing voice flowed up from the slope below.
あら、あなたもいたのね。
Mia stiffens like a board, her face turning scarlet in an instant.
ああ、そうそう。クッキーを焼いてたの忘れてた。じゃあお先に。
Hey, Mia. Cookies, really? I could have at least come up with something halfway believable.
母親が来たら慌てて逃げちゃうなんて。ミアったら恥ずかしがり屋さんね。
I only ever see that shy side of her when she's with you, ma'am.
あなたのことになるといつもあんななの。こんな夜中に出かけるなら一言ぐらい言ってほしかったわ。分析員と一緒だって言ってくれれば心配せずに済んだのに。
My apologies for keeping Mia out so late. I should have let you know. Sorry for making you worry.
もう済んだことよ。気にしないで。ミアの心はニューガントラの大ヒーローに取られちゃったんだから。
You knew from the start, didn't you?
ええ。家に来た時、そうだと思ったわ。
Then why?
なぜ気づいていながらあなたたちと一緒に行かせたかって聞きたいの？安心して責めてるわけじゃないの。逆に感謝してるくらいよ。ニューガントラの住民としてもミアの母としてもね。ミアが覚醒者になれたのはあなたのおかげよ。あの子の夢が叶ったの。感謝するわ。
Ah, you flatter me, ma'am.
大げさじゃないわ。そういえばミアから父親のことはまだ聞いてないかしら。
No, she hasn't. Does it have something to do with her wanting to become a manifestation?
本来ならあの子が言うべきだけど、あの様子じゃ言わないでしょうから。
I follow her gaze. Behind the pale gray rock wall behind me to the right, two pink ears poked up, comically out of place. So that's where she was hiding. A barely audible sniff came from behind the rock, and the pink ears twitched in response. Silence stretched under the moon. When the girl still didn't come out, her mother voice gently broke the stillness.
私から説明するわね。ミアが覚醒者になってヒーローになりたいと思ったのは父親の影響が大きいの。もちろんあなたほどじゃなかったけどね。この辺では親切で評判の人だったの。いつも人助けに奔走してたわ。昇格者から挨拶されるほどにね。そして暇さえあればミアにヒーローの話をしていた。だから小さい頃からずっと大きくなったら人を助けられる人になりたいってよく言ってたわ。
But a hero is something who runs towards a cry for help. Someone who won't run away, even knowing they'll get hurt.
でもミアが小学生だった頃 崖から落ちそうになった子を助けようとして、あの人は亡くなってしまったの。あの時は辛かったわ。ミアの前では平気なふりをしてたけど、あの子は多分気づいてたでしょうね。あの日以来、ミアはヒーローになりたいと一言も口にしなくなった。
And yet, she swallowed her grip and keeps smiling, just so you wouldn't worry.
知り合って間もないのに、あの子のことよくわかってるわね。そうよ。ミアのおかげで私は悲しみから救われた。でも、それをあの子に背負わせたのは不公平だと思ったの。
Indeed, a child who considered their parents' feelings may seem mature and responsible, yet the early thoughtfulness often carry a quiet, bitter, sweet trace of sorrow.
母親としてあの子のために何かしてあげたい、そう思ってた。でもどう切り出せばいいかわからなかったの。少なくともあなたが覚醒者を率いてロザンを倒してニューガントラを守ったあの日まではね。あの日ミアとは別の場所にいたから、あの子が何を見たのかは知らないけど、でもあれ以来あの子の目にまた光と憧れが戻ってきたわ。同時に悩みも増えたようだけどね。
She was probably still trying to spare your feelings.
ええ、ミアって小さい頃から賢くて人の気持ちに敏感だったの。あの子からこんなことを聞かれたことがあったわ。
ねえママ、なんで地上の世界を見ちゃいけないの？
あそこは危険だからよ。ティーン症候群とか危ないことがたくさんあるの。
じゃあなんでゴーシャはあの人たちを助けないの？ゴーシャはみんなが平等で幸せに暮らせるためにできたものだって先生が言ってたのに。
今のゴーシャはまだそんな力がないのかもね。これからきっとそうなっていくと思うわ。
これからって私が大人になったらってこと？
そうかもね。あの頃どう答えればいいのかわからなかった。でもあの瞬間分かった気がするわ。
Her gaze drifted past my shoulders as if reaching through time to glimpse a memory she stood held close.
私はこの街をキャンバスに描くことしかできない。でもミアはこの街を、そして世界を彩る力があるはずよ。そしてようやくその描き方を教えてくれる人に出会えたの。
When she finished, she placed her right hand over her heart and bowed deeply. I quickly stepped forward and steadied her shoulder. Thank you for telling me all this.
いいえ、あの子のことをもっと知ってほしかっただけよ。あの子ってああ見えて結構内省的なの。あなたも気づいてるでしょ。母親としてできるのはこれくらいよ。
Just as the night breeze began to settle, a soft chime from my terminal broke the quiet. A message from Yuga.
分析員さん、休憩中に失礼します。
No, I'm already up. What is it, Yuga?
天界楽土へ向かうログイン装置のアップデートが完了しました。
Got it. I'll head to the Tower of Hanoi right away.
ええ、気をつけてね。
I gave her a respectful nod, then turned to the girls still holding behind the rock. Mia, let's go.
なんでここにいるの分かったの？
I spotted you a while ago. Your ears were sticking out.
いひひ、全部お見通しなんだね。
She popped out from the behind the rock with a grin. A few blades of grass tangled in her pink hair. Without thinking, she slipped her hand into mine. But just as we were about to head out, she paused. She turned back towards her mother, those eyes, a perfect mirror of her own, now filled with a quiet gratitude and a steady resolve.
じゃあ先に行ってるね、ママ。
ええ、それと今夜帰ってこないなら連絡くらいよこしなさいよ。あとくれぐれも気をつけてね。
うわあ、もう分かったよ、ママ。
Face flaming, she grabbed her hand and practically dragged me away and blustered. Always use Ah, yeah. Her mom voice followed us on the breeze.
分析ニューガントロ、そしてミオ、お願いね。
That's when it hit me. Those little jokes that always made Mia blush weren't just teasing. They were saying something more. She must really be hoping Mia could stop hesitating and make up her mind soon. In my palm, Mia's fingers curled together, a quiet warmth seeping through my gloves. She must have understood it too. 10 minutes later, towards Hanoi top floor. I see everyone's here. Let's begin the briefing, then. Yuga, could you bring the newcomers up to
了
speed?
解。皆さん、キロ宇宙のログイン装置のアップデートがすでに完了しました。そして敵のコア拠点、バーチャル天体 T999 号へ最速で到着できるルートも特定済みです。これより我々は初期化パスを通過しなければなりません。これは号車システムが上長データを転送するために使う特殊なパスです。
Okay, she's not speaking. This is the third time that happened.
現在パスに入れるのはマスターキーを所持している分析員さんと情報体物質と相性が極めて高い隊員のみです。ここにいる中ではハルさんとミヤさんのみです。
では私は何をすればいい？
You'll help us reach the channel entry safely. The Elysium is unstable. We'll need your infinite sight to chart a variable path.
はい。パスから一番近い入り口は天界楽土の工場エリアにあります。一見感情データの中継局に見えますが、実際はキロ宇宙とつながっている場所です。
Which explains why the enemies massed their forces there. They're likely figured it out too.
分かった。安心してくれ。相手が誰であろうと、あなたのために勝利への道は私が切り開く。
With you by my side, life, I've never once worried what lies ahead.
工場エリアに着いたらミヤさんにパスの入り口を開けてもらいます。あなたの戦術装備は工場エリアと似た特性を持っているため、キロ宇宙と共鳴できます。端末に接続できれば号車と一緒に停止した工場システムを起動できます。ですが号車の演算能力は使えないため、エネルギーは引き続きニューガントラの住民たちに提供してもらいます。 よし、今回は私たち昇格者もサポートするよ。その間にフリティアさんとマーシルさんにバックアップをお願いします。技術上のことは私たちに任せて。後方支援の資源は絶対確保するにゃん。
Good. With all of us, with all of you behind us, this operation will succeed. A new Hetero will claim its second victory. Everyone, move out. I swear, that was so long. Way too long. Alright. Counterattack.
ここなんか前より不安定じゃない？
空間振動がいつ発生してもおかしくない。振動が起きる前に目的地へ急げ。進路がめちゃくちゃだ。冬版までなくなっている。
分析員、あっちにロープがある。それを使って渡れる。
Okay.
今の何？
体がデータ化された。だが無事に着地できたようだな。
Oh, this is interesting. Oh, okay, interesting. Oh, quick time event. All right.
今のってゴーシャ代理が作ってくれた通路かな。
何の音だ？空間が揺れている。どうやら私の役目はここまでのようだ。あなた、あとは頼んだ。目標達成だが気を抜くな。
So basically, it's just only A and D for the time being. If you're using keyboard.
この程度か。総合。美しい音だ。優秀な戦士1位先進の方。
I love this feeling. Keep spamming ulti as much as possible until it ends.
矜持は持たない。さあ次へ行くぞ。
初期化パスの入り口固定できたよ。
Nice work, Mia.
みんなの気持ちがどんどん流れていく。あとちょっとで開く。
Mia's fingers flew across the console as she called out live readouts without pause. Electric static crackled in the air as the rift slowly widens before us. However, the enemy's assault also grew more intense.
近づかせるものか。
Elsewhere in the Tower of Hanoi, Transcendence Bionics and the other civilians has gathered, just as they once stood behind Gorge. Together, they channeled their neural energies into us, a ceaseless stream of power. Only this time, they weren't defending, they were fighting back. Together, they worked to tear open a gate, one that lead to the furthest edge of the Divergence cosmos.
これ以上もう無理かも。
じゃあ私と交代しよう。ねえそこの人、この子を休ませてあげて。
任せて。あなたは？
私に任せなさい。ニューガントラの未来はあなたたち若者だけの責任じゃないわ。
みんな無事に戻ってきてね。
A brilliant meteor strikes across us. A brilliant meteor streak across the sky, chasing that light. People on the ground lit their lamps one after another. 1, 2, and 3. From that moment on, the glow from above was passing from hand to hand, growing even brighter, until scattered sparks became a sea of light. Until the endless night gave way to the first light of dawn.
開いた。分析員、初期化パスの扉が開いたよ。
The entire space lurching as the violent tremor shook the ground. The rift yawning wider, within the prismatic light spewing wildly, until it's condensed into a gleaming ring of a strange radiance. The gateway of the formatting channel. However, Mia, look out! The moment the space stabilized, the bullet of black mist shot from the gate, aimed straight at Mia. But this time she was ready. She twisted, slipping past the ambush, and in the same motion, leveled her weapon and fired back into the gate. As the smoke and glare began to clear, the ascent beyond the gate came into view. The fellow change dissolved into motion with light drifting towards the channel's end. But just ahead, a thick black mist still churned.
通路にも敵の伏兵が。
Looks like it, or maybe they were already in there. According to Yuga, the formatting channel theories emotional data, which means the channel must be saturated with Taitogen's particle. And since the enemies are Taitogen's base life forms, running into them here wasn't exactly surprising. Bottom line, once we were in, stay shut. Before I could finish, the space convulged again. Stronger this time, as if the sky and the earth were being torn apart.
分析。
うわ、何？
It wasn't the gate. The epicenter this time seems to be the black hole.
聞こえますか？空間が不安定なため単方向通信ですが、展開落度の黒い渦が崩壊し始めました。
Before she could finish, Yuga's broken voice was drowned by the storm of corrupted data. Two paths lay before us. First, log out this unstable space, regroup with Yuga and the girls at the tower at Hanoi, and plan our next step. Second, ignore the collapse and drive straight through the gate. However, either path carries this risk. In the end, both will play right into the enemy's hands. Either way, we'll buy it time to grow stronger, or throw ourselves into a desperate fight. I stared at the white and black hole, shut my eyes, and thought. There was a third option. Yuga said a core at the center of the black hole triggered all this. If we could destroy it while advancing.
自分がやる。
Haru steps forward. A single look was enough. We understood each other at once.
この怪獣のコアを貫いた剣で道を切り開く。
ハルネ、もしかして。
黒い渦の内部に侵入し、コアを含む全領域を完全消去する。そうすれば、みんな安心して進めるだろう。
安心できるわけないっしょ。黒い渦に入るなんて完全に SF じゃん。覚醒者だってあの近くに近づけば重力の歪みに引き裂かれちゃうよ。
Lily pat Mia's shoulder. Mia, hear Haru out first.
ああ、うん。わかった。
She met my eyes and finally saw it. This wasn't reckless bravado.
その点はもう考えてある。
I nodded. Haru gave a faint smile, then continued.
そこでは重力が強まるが、構造も脆弱になる。この剣の空間を切り裂く力を使えば、安全に出入りできるゲートを作れるだろう。
Yes, that was the third option I just reached. As a partner who fought beside me the longest, of course Haru saw it too, and made the same choice. Even if there's no optimal path ahead, she still risked everything for those who cares about. I had no objections, nor did I need one, because her steady gaze said it all. He was ready. He wasn't playing hero.
分析員の剣であれ、その使命は深く胸に刻んでいる。いつまでも鞘に守られているわけにはいかない。だから構わず前へ進んでほしい。必ず分析員の元に戻る。昔分析員が自分と約束してくれたように。
The familiar vow dragged out once more, yet not with the same grave weight it borrowed 2 years ago. Because this time, it was no longer a matter of life and death. It was a pledge under the stars, a promise of victory and a reunion.
だからもう一度チャンスを。自分を証明するチャンスをくれ。
You don't have to prove anything to me, Haru. I believe in you, the same way you believe in me back then.
これは
That's your lucky charm, right? This time, I'll be the one waiting for you for your safe return.
分析員。必ず戻る。
With that, she returned and raised her sword. Steeled flash and a brilliant rift opened across the black hole surface. Don't look back. As the fear with a single linger glance might drown her in the warmth of his arms, she reminded herself of this. Then she lapsed, transformed into a streak of light that vanished into the rift, leaving only the golden afterimage behind. Deeply, it was the ache into the eyes of the two left behind.
光を追う者は最終的にその光そのものとなる。奇跡は伝説ではない。そうすれば 私にもきっとできる。
Inside the black hole wasn't the void she imagined. Instead, it looks like the much grimmer version of Elysium, a mirror world of fire and fog steeped in fear, grief, and rage. Maybe because the core was collapsing, everything shifted unpredictably. Perhaps he just stepped on, went on in the flames in an instant, and twisted and inverted beneath her feet. A wave of dizziness tore through her. Even after her own form seems to fracture, leaving faint afterimage where she moved. Right then, a tulip hairpin of her chest glimmered for some reason, faint yet unwavering. Its light, fragile though it was, carved out a small pocket of stability around her. Haru steadied herself and scanned the mist surroundings, yet the core remains hidden, surrounded in dense, impenetrable fog. Two blurred silhouettes emerges, nothing like Rosin's shadows from before. They only stood there in silence, no killer intent, no move to strike. Each time she tried to approach, they dissipate, only to reform just a little farther ahead.
道を示してくれているのか?
The figure said nothing, they only nodded. Strangely, they radiated quiet sense of calm. An inexplicable familiarity stirred in her chest, though she couldn't pace it. She tightened her grip in her sword, keeping a caution distance so she wouldn't lose them. She followed into the fog, as if to confirm her hunch. The fog already ahead drew back before the hairpin's dim light. A path, as if it was been waiting, unfurled before her. She didn't know how long she walked, but at last she reached the black hole's core, at the center of the shattered plaza. A colossal black tree loomed, like the shadow of the one of the 5th Research Institute. The two guiding silhouettes vanished. In their place, black mist boiled up from the roots, thick with malice.
自分に全てを阻止できるとでも思っているのか?
Steel flash, Haru snapped her blade up and blocked the strike.
ほう、いい反応だ。何かを掴んだようだな。怖い目だな。おい、何か言ったらどうだ。それは貴様を切ってからだ。ほう。残念だが、お前には切れないよ。
A shadow wraiths and warped its form, rippling until it solidified into a mirror, and in its reflection stood Haru herself. She knew that this was no illusion, but the projection of her own fear.
よーく見るがいい。私が誰なのか。小賢しい真似を。そんなお前はどうなんだ。彼の剣になりたいとかほざいているが、本当に欲しいものは他にある。お前は恋のためにこれまでの努力を簡単に否定できるような女じゃない。彼に出会う前まで追い求めてきた技、ええよ。それらを全部捨てられるのか？父からの期待、自分自身に課してきた厳しさ、 それも全部手放すつもりか。無理に決まっている。私はお前のことを誰よりもよく知ってるからね。そう驚くな。なぜなら私はお前の心の底に潜む恐怖心なのだから。
Like Yuga explained earlier, the black hole has ability to read motions. No wonder the enemy has taken the form of mirror only she could see, reflecting her own likeness of its surface. But
5年間彼への思いだけを支えに剣を振っていただと笑わせるな。彼の戦い方や行動を真似ていたのは強くなるため。つまり剣の道を極めるために他ならない。これほど自分本位なお前が恋を語るなんて滑稽だな。彼の隣に立つなんて夢のまた夢だ。
twin blades clashed. The same face reflected on both edges. Two gazes locked in mirrors steel.
図星のようだな。おっと、目を閉じるなよ。自分の醜さに耐えられなくなったのか。最初の献身すら持てなかったお前に今さら何を切れるというのだ。
Meanwhile, inside the formatting channel, Mia, two enemies around the corner to the left.
了解。
Mia and I advanced side by side. Somewhere along the way, she started moving in step with my rhythm. Yet for some reason, a sharp tearing pain suddenly struck my chest.
分析員
She spun back and caught me as I stumbled. I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. She caught the cold sweat beating at my temples as I forced a smile.
めまいだけじゃないって。体が消え始めてるよ。
She seized my right hand and held it up. Though my gradually translucent hand, I could see the tears tracing down her cheeks. Ah, I see.
ですから心象風景は極力使用しないでください。これまでの分析によると、この行為はキロ宇宙に脅威と判定され、排他反応を起こす恐れがあります。マスターキーで一部の排他反応をかき消すことができますが、あなたの心身にダメージを与える可能性が十分あります。
This channel of fear is Titan's particles, an invisible flux hurtling past at lightning speed. It was even less stable than the collapsing Elysium. Even without them manifesting in my mind, my inner mind, I already marked it as a threat by it. And it was violent, trying to expel me. However, I drew a slow breath, gathering Titagens around me. With it, I wove a pocket of relative stability around myself. It might last only half an hour, but that would be enough. I cut out under control, Mia. It's okay now. My hand solid again, closed around my trembling fingers. But worry still brimming in her eyes. Relax. They're all waiting for us. I'm not following here. So let's keep going.
もちろん進み続けるよ。キロ宇宙の最果てに着くまで立ち止まったりしないから。でも 分析員と一緒じゃないと無理。
Yeah, of course. Forget, I'm the one who saved New Hentaro. Alright. Shattering Cosmos.
あ、道が途絶えてるんだけど。さっきの方法で通れば大丈夫って。なるほどね。ここにもあの通路があるのか。オッケー、やってみるね。先の展開マジ楽しみ。
Okay, even though her skill is cool, it leaves her very vulnerable. Which I took like some of the damage, which is a lot.
よっしゃ、無事着地。分析員は大丈夫？全員ぶっ飛ばしてやる。集中、こんくらい余裕っしょ。
Yeah, that was way too risky also.
止められ、くらえ。楽勝じゃん。
Damn, this is pretty long.
あとちょっと。分析員、目的地まであと少しだよ。回復 100%。進撃、こんくらい余裕っしょ。打ち破れ。
Now, I don't have to charge it completely, but then I'm pretty sure that if you don't charge it completely, you're not gonna do all the damage.
仮想天体への出口はすぐそこだよ。あ、でもちょっと待って。なんでここに扉が。止められるか。深呼吸。くらえ。今の私。
Okay, I didn't expect that to happen.
って感じしない？
Also, the skill is way too risky. Okay, I really need to aim properly.
もっと行こうよ、分析員。サプライズ。なんでここに扉が。
Before we could reach, the pitch black door ahead cracked open. Blinding white pouring through the steam. It was neither holy nor pure, just a blare of light that churned up a thick thread. Mia! I pulled Mia into my arms, shielding her. The moment I drew up a barrier, the light exposing outward like a flood. It was a beam to unravel reality, reducing everything to tight-to-gents. Even my shield began to crack. Just then, the master key slipped in from my chest plate.
分析員マスターキーが
It hit the ground. Its last glimmer flickered. Then the brittle snapped. It shattered into dust. And just like that, the beam dimmed. The first phase of the assault was over.
お前を葬ることはできなかった。だが、切り札を失ってしまったようだね。
ローザン
Mia yelled in anger and pulled the trigger without his heartbeat hesitation. The instant the bullet touched the shadow, it vanishes, as if swallowed by the abyss. The creature wearing Rosin's face didn't even flinch. It ignores Mia's fire and fixed its vacant gaze on me. When it spoke, its voice was twisted with mockery.
世間はお前のことを治癒権利と称えている。だが、どれほど治癒を兼ね備えていても敗北から逃れられないこともあるのよ。今のようにね。大事なのは今の番が誰の机の上に置かれているのか、それを見極めることだ。
Are you saying the game is set on your table? That you can flip it whenever you wish?
机をひっくり返す私はそんなそやなことはしない。
Her laugh died. Her voice turned glacial. I thought there was a voice. What happened? Okay. Slowly, she raised a pale finger and pointed towards the ominous gate behind her.
この門、いや、お前たちの前に立ちはだかるこの隔壁は、私が気老中の暗黒の片隅から自らの手で引き上げた戦利品だ。
被害こそ受けなかったものの、修復不可のパスが残り、気老中のアップデート用シミュレーションデータも一部改ざんされました。
今回もエッタの仕業なのか？
主な原因はそうではありません。汚染されたデータを隔離していましたし、パスを使ったエッタの侵入も未確認でした。
見るがよい。これは気老中に存在する全ての防御技術を結集した最高傑作だ。私でさえ認めざるを得ない。この壁を正面から突破できる確率はほぼゼロだ。ただし、お前たちが全ての封鎖を解除できる万能の鍵を持っているか、または全ての毒物を中和する血清を持っているなら話は別だ。だが残念ながら鍵はすでに壊れ、血清も持っていないようだな。
Load a gun. The metallic click of the round chamber cut off from her monologue. A shot cracked. I glanced down at the hole in her chest, then up, at the smoking barrel still trained on her. Her shock hardened into a fierce front.
へえ、まだ状況が分かっていないのかい。それともやけになったのか。そんな凡人のおもちゃで私を倒せるとでも思ったか。
Don't flatter yourself.
なんだと。
You weren't the target. I was aiming at the door. Something filthy just happened to be in the way.
シミュレーション権限のインプラント完了。隔離撤回指示を受信しました。ただいま実行中。
At As the system prompt echoed in my headset, the gate was impossible to breach, began to melt like wax beside a flame. Oh, Frida, mind if I borrow you for a moment before dinner?
何何？
I need a favor.
いいよ、言ってみて。
Think you could copy a key for me?
お安いご用だよ。それで何の鍵なの？
Pulls out the master key.
え？鍵ってマスターキーのことなの？
So, can you copy it?
分析員ってさ、私が何でもできると思ってるの？こんなの簡単に複製できるわけないよ。
It doesn't need to be a perfect clone. I only need some of its clearance. Generation and unlock its on barriers. I'll buy you 5 crates of coconut milk.
それならやってみようかな。
Plus 10 sessions of neurotic therapy, chest focus.
クリティア隊員、直ちに任務を遂行します。でも、どこで使うつもりなの？
Just a backup plan. And if it comes to that, have Sapphire take a look as well. You said it yourself. Reaching the gate head on is next to impossible. But the way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes, success or failure. Once we act, even though 1 in a million chance becomes certainty the moment it lands. It's just a firewall. If even Edda managed to crack it, you don't honestly think it'll keep us out, do you?
残念だな。そんなチャンスは与えないよ。
On the far side of the gate, white light flared to life again. Mia, take over! The light crashes down like a waterfall, a torrent of far strong than before it. The torrent, far stronger than before it, tore through the air, scoring everything in its path. Each second stretches into eternity. Headline cracks spider across the barrier I raised. It was a second from giving away. The instant it shattered, my body moved on instant. I turned, pulled Mia into my arms, and made myself the shield. Barrier or not, the battle-hardened body would have to endure the light. When the last layer collapsed, the white hot spike of agony torn through my back. I didn't move an inch. My skin, muscles, and bones were all mending themselves at a speed visible to the lights. I poured every ounce of will into withstanding the blast, and missed the surge of emotion rising in her eyes as she looked up at me. She found me in a quiet embrace.
ヒーローっていうのは、誰かが助けを求めたらすぐに駆けつけて、自分が傷つくと分かってても、ちゃんと助けに行く人なんだって。ママがそう言ってたの。もしそうなら、私は永遠に理想のヒーローにはなれないかも。もう悩んでないし、弱いって思うこともなくなった。分析員に出会ってから全部変わったし、本当の理由はただ一つ。私のこの命は分析員がくれたものってこと。私の体、魂、すべてが分析員だけのものだから。でも、それでも今の私はあなたのために応えたい。
By the time I understood what that embrace truly meant, Mia has already slipped by my arms. It wasn't pulling away. She left behind a quiet, unwavering confession.
ハルネーの言った通り、分析員は暗闇に現れた光のような人。違う人生を歩いてきたけど、この光のおかげで 私は進む方向を見つけた。私も光を追いかける中で命よりも大事なものを見つけた。それが分析員。私に2回目の命を授けてくれた分析員。だから今回だけはあなたのヒーローでいさせて。
Her slender fingers gently wrapped around the limiter off on her dice. The device that used to resist all her strength yielded with a soft click, as if answering her will. In an instant, the binding cataract of the light split as if parted by the unseen hands. The raging beam forked obediently around her. She stood within the glare, Peach's pink hair lifting in the storm of light. She turned and gave me the most reassuring smile. Within the stillness of the time and space, fragments of memories swept through me like a flurry of wet snow. Piece by piece, they came together, setting into the single story. The story about a girl who once chased the light and in the end became light herself. Okay. This is her doing the monologue, so she's speaking.
私、一体何を。光よ、私にもっと力を。あれ、分析員？うんうん。やっぱり。
Mia's figures slowly blurred in the all-devoured white light. Even so, she wore a defiant smile. Her resolve to give everything to me burned so fiercely, it seems not even time could wear it down. So I answered in kind. Mia, you said your life belongs to me alone. The unrushing light dimmered. In the precise second she brought me, the wounds across my back has completely healed. Power gathered in my palm. Forescaling into the long spear shot through with starlight. My resolve, made manifest. Then I won't let anyone take your life from me. The spear drummed in my grasp, answering my will. Yes, I refuse to turn a blind eye to the pain and suffering. That's why I swore an oath. From this day on forward, I will serve every chain of tragedy. Severe every chain of tragedy. The instant the spear left my hand, it tore through the torrent of energy. The raging beam shattered, and the spear drove deep into the uncanny gate. Surprise flicker across his face, then fear. It slipped through the gate, and it tied a grotesque enemy pouring out after it. Throughout the bedlam of the howls, our gaze found each other.
ねえ分析員、以前私にどんな人になりたいって聞いたでしょ。
Say, doesn't anyone from New Hetero eventually choosing between becoming a transcendent or a bionic? Wonder which path you'll take next we meet. But whatever you choose, I know I'll be excited to see you again, no matter the form.
うん。でももう前に答えたはずだよ。うわ、ダメ。今の私じゃ倒せない。でも彼の元に駆けつけないと。私のヒーローを守らないと。
三力同期中。リミッター解除。
The master key fragments shattered across the floor and began to glimmer anew. Golden motes of light gathered from every direction, tracing its outline as if time itself were running backwards.
豪体でも昇格者でもなく、心にある本当の願いに応えるために、胸を張って分析員のそばにいられるように。そして何よりあなたがくれたこの命を無駄にしないために。だから
最高権限認証完了。
私決めたの。私は覚醒者になる。
Okay. Star Chaser. Okay, originally... Okay.
筋肉ブルブル、骨もギシギシ。これがこの戦術装備の限界か。でも私の限界じゃない。
Wait, where am I supposed to aim? Am I supposed to wait? Oh, okay. Oh, I was supposed to wait. Okay.
そう、走らせたのは走行じゃない。自分の決意と欲望、そして隣で照らしてくれる光。でも分かってる。この光が見えるのは私だけじゃないって。それは世間を温める光。人々の間 れている光、全員ぶっ飛ばしてやる。
So I just keep spamming whenever they spawn. Alright.
集中。
Back. Oh, it pushed me back at times. Okay.
先の展開マジ楽しみ。わふー、絶好調。私だって普通の人間でも、だからこそ私は希望と光を必死で追いかけられる。こんな純粋な思いでヒーローの足跡をたどってここまで来た。神様には人間を救えない。だって神様なんて人間のヒーローじゃない。でも人間は泣きたいのをこらえて手を差し伸べてくれる。
Yeah, this only works with melees. If you're fighting with someone that's doing range, you could probably die very quickly.
自分の手で触れられた空の彼方にとどめ、いか無責任。
I think there could be a more skill to this. I don't even know. This is the only time I know most of it.
先の展開マジ楽しみ。やったり。 分析員いるし、私頑張っちゃおうかな。
Alright, let's do this. Oh,
リミッター解除。打ち破れ。
I'm pretty sure there's another round. Yeah, there's.
打ち破れ。
Last one. Go.
ちょい手こずったけど、まあこの程度っしょ。やったり。
Yeah, the ulti doesn't have auto lock, but if you're fighting against larger enemy, then it'll be useful.
どういうこと？いくら壊してもすぐ復活してくるし、こんなの私たちだけで本当に。
Pull yourself together, Mia.
あれ、分析員？ごめん。
Snapping back to herself, Mia shook her head hard, as if trying to fling off the shadows clouding her thoughts. Not that anyone could blame her for feeling this way. You've done well just making it this far, Mia. The air around her churning in a high-density Titagen's maelstrom. An ordinary mind would have shattered long ago. So don't blame yourself. Keep your head up. We'll need you for what's coming.
分析員
The Taijujin's pocket I had stabilized was beginning to fail.
何回繰り返しても無駄だ。
喋った。ってこの声はさっきのロザンの影の。
へえ、この声のせいで誤解してたようだね。
Obviously not.
さすが分析員だ。正直なところ、目覚めた時は私も勘違いしていたよ。自分が彼女なのではないかとね。だが意識と情報を集めた後、ようやく気づいたよ。私はロザンでもそんな実体でもない。私は人類の恐怖心の具現化なんだってね。
Its emotions surged suddenly into elation.
エッタがゴーシャを飲み込もうとした時、ここに保存されたネガティブな感情と融合してできた悪。同時にキロ宇宙が育んだ命や情報体の洪水から生まれた起源種なのさ。
Eh?
何がおかしい？
Biologically speaking, you're on the verge of extinction, aren't you? A species of one.
そうさ、この世界で唯一無二の存在さ。情報体があれば私は永久不滅だ。私には進化の道など不要だ。お前たちが1000年かけて歩む道を私は一人でやり遂げるのさ。哀れな下等なる生命たちよ、文明が尽きるその瞬間までお前たちを理解することすら叶わぬのだ。進化の路傍に積み重なる淘汰の残骸、歴史の煉獄に投げ捨てられた不要なるゲノム、万物の頂に立つはずの人類でさえ劣化という運命からは逃れられぬ。あのティーン症候群が何よりの証だ。ならといくつの命を犠牲にし、いくつのゲノムを淘汰すれば終点にたどり着ける。答えは一回だ。今この世界に存在する全ての種を最後の一度だけ淘汰を受ければ完璧に至る。そしてこの淘汰を執り行うのはこの私だ。私は恐怖より生まれたゆえにいかなる種よりも完璧に近い。
Close to perfection, or simply desperate for it. Maybe it was a Taichigen's maelstrom, but for a moment I glimpsed his deepest secrets.
安心しろ、私はお前たちの存在を消したりはしない。たとえ形が消えようとも、お前たちの肉体を再び作り上げてやる。この永遠の牢獄でずっと戦い続けるのだ。特にお前だ、親愛なる分析。お前の恐怖をじっくり味わい、絶望をゆっくりと咀嚼する。そしてそれを糧に私は進化し超越し続ける。やがてこの情報体の牢獄を打ち破り真の生命へと至るのだ。
Huh. Exactly what I suspected. All this talk of calling and perfection was nothing more than a mimicry of how life begins. Born in a cage, deep in fear, in the end it longs for just one thing, to be like us. To truly feel the world. But if becoming a true life form is your wish, then you can forget it.
なんだと。
Real life is never perfect. It knows its flaws and still moves forward, not for eternity, but simply for the sake of living. Life fears death, yet cannot escape it. And even so, some still choose to overcome it, fear. Because life is more than any single being. Even when one falls, others lift the torch and carrying it on.
愚かな進化こそが淘汰。弱肉強食は世の断りだ。
No. The truth of evolution has never been endless killing. It's a relay. One that has carried on for billions of years. Born from fear, sorrow, and despair, you'll never understand. Hope isn't something a lone being can inherit or pass down.
そんなの妄言だ。
Then let us show you. Haru, you're up next.
なんだと。
A golden blade split the air like thunder. The creature didn't even react before one of its arms was cut clean at the shoulder. The slash continued, carving a deep scar across the sky beneath it.
約束を果たせた。
Through the dust, a familiar silhouette slid her sword back into the scabbard. Haru turned golden motes of lights drifting from the ends of her hair. It has been ages since she's seen that smile. Light from the rift framed her face, resolute and quietly beautiful.
ただいま、分析員。
Mia's eyes widened as she tugged at my sleeves.
分析員、なんでそんなことできるの？
That's classified. I'll explain once we're back.
ありえない。貴様は黒い渦に封じられていたはずだ。なぜここに現れた？フォーマットパスはすでに破壊されたはず。
この剣を使ってな。それと、これのおかげだ。
Her smile faded as she faced the enemy and slowly opened her hand.
マスターキー、なぜ貴様が持っている？
おっと、目を閉じるなよ。自分の醜さに耐えられなくなったのか？最初の献身すら持てなかったお前に、今さら何を切れるというのだ。そうだな。お前の言う通りだ。
Quiet down, everyone. Today we're welcoming a new member. Go on, introduce yourself.
了解した。研修生の成瀬春です。安全部の一員になれるよう頑張ります。
Stand beside Haru. Easy. This is an intro, not a debriefing.
はい。では、もう一度やり直しますか。
As many times as you want. But I'm pretty sure you already made a strong impression. You did it great, Haru, so relax. The security department is your home from here on out.
自分の家。 でもここには剣術の練習場はないようですが。
Not that kind of home. I meant the feeling. We do face serious assignments here, but I want you to feel at ease. I won't let anyone carry that weight alone. Right. I haven't asked yet. What made you join security?
確かにずっと彼の真似をして彼の背中を追っていたな。
Good. There are survivors beneath the rubble. Haru, give me a hand.
はい、すぐに向かいます。
Careful. This slab is heavy.
了解。生存者の安全確保を最優先で行動します。
I know you will. You're always reliable. But I was talking about you. Stay safe, Haru.
召喚。
Remember, always secure yourself before you save others. Stay at the entrance. I'll be right back. This hole runs deep. There are many more survivors inside.
自分も行きます。
I need you at the entrance. If there's another cave-in, someone will have to call it in.
わかりました。明らかにこっちの安全を考えての行動なのに。
Golden light danced across her closed eyelids. Her blades shimmered with a brilliant stream.
自分は確かに誰よりも強くなりたいと思っている。ただ彼に会うまで自分の剣は迷っていた。なぜ剣を振るうのか、どこへ剣を振り下ろせばいいのかと。こんなにも空虚な心が献身と呼ばれるものなら、この剣はあまりにも悲しすぎる。お前、自分を否定しているのか？いや、過去の自分を否定したりしない。むしろ受け入れている。
Haru, is this really your resignation letter?
はい、身内の都合で。
Then take an extended leave and put things in order.
時間の問題ではなく、軍が。
I'll handle things with them.
召喚？
What matters is how you feel. Do you want to stay? I'll take that as a yes. Haru, do you remember when I asked you why you joined the security department?
はい。でも返答はしなかったはずでは。恥ずかしいからではなく、自分は。
Because you haven't found that reason yet.
はい。強くなりたい。でもその理由がまだ見つからないんです。
So compared to back then, are you any closer to an answer now? Your reason to become stronger. If the answer is yes, then you're heading in the right direction. Some answers can only be found by moving forward. Quit halfway and you may even forget the question itself. There's no need to rush an answer. Take care of things at home, and...
召喚。しばらく休暇をください。
Approved. Whatever happens, Haru, remember this. The security department will always be by your second home. Fragments of memory kept surfacing in the light.
あなたの言う通り、自分は過去を捨てていないが、過去から逃げてきた。藁を切っても切っても空虚なままの自分。そんな心を抱えたまま、私は逃げていた。
何をですか？
切る以外に、一体何ができるというのだ。 え続けた。いつも最前線にいる分析員と出会うまでは、高い地位にいるのに真っ先に危険に飛び込み、自分の体で後続の人を守っていた。傷だらけなのに彼の背中は揺るがなかった。その意志は誰よりも固く、誰よりも温かかった。一番忘れられないのは、あの廃墟の中から生存者を抱えて現れた彼の姿。傷だらけで埃まみれなのに輝いていたあの笑顔。純粋で明るくて、助けられたのは自分じゃないのに自分まで救われた気分になった。誰かを守りたいと思ったのは、これまでもこの先もあの時一回だけだ。責任感を感じたわけでも命令されているわけでもない。ただ彼一人に全てを背負わせたくないから。だから剣を振る理由はお前を切るためではない。彼と肩を並べて彼を守りたいと思ったからだ。この強いつながりこそが自分の真の献身だ。
Brilliant flames surged like the tide, spilling from the edge of her sword and flooded the space in a heartbeat. At the radiance churned, fragments of the past drift within it. The sweat from childhood drills, pointless cuts through the rolling straw mats. The empty helipad, and that night sky beneath the moon with it adjusted. Each memory became a stream of thundering light, pouring into the blade. Haru tightened her grip, racing against the blaze, yet the instant her blade met the light itself broke apart and scattered like sand. Her anger, her resentment, her empty obsession, all were washed away, embraced, and dissolved by the brilliant tide. The glow swelled even brighter.
そうだ。剣は切るために生まれたわけじゃない。この気持ち、責任、そして思い出をすべてつなぐためだ。
Every blim of light converged upon the blade's tip. Even the chaos stilled, as though the world itself sensed what was coming, and held a big breath.
この剣に導かれて、来光よ、天を貫け。
The black void spilled, a golden scar running deep through the dark. Even the black hole all devoured core burst before the sword radiance. Space fractured like shattered glass. Her right hand began to turn translucent, until starlight shone through it. As she watched her fingertips slowly dissolve, she smiled.
数えきれない試練を経て、やっと分析員の背中に触れられた。これからこの剣は追従者の武器ではなく、尊い信念を宿しながら美しい思い出を作り出していく。お前にふさわしい剣だ。
The moment that thought surfaced, light burst from her chest, wrapping her fading body in a protective glow.
これは分析員がくれた髪飾り。 いや、違う。これはマスターキー。
The tulip hairpin on her chest glowed again. His true form emerged, a gold-gilded card, the real master key, the one that Justin has carried was nothing more than a smokescreen forged from the Titagens.
そういうことだったのか。
When they parted, Justin has entrusted her with a real master key, disguising in that form. Now it drew on his face final trace of clearance, and the Titagen he has infused into it, to hold the collapsing space together for her. He gathered the last of her strength, clinging the single dot, to reach him. In the heartbeat, before the card scattered, he struck once more, and carved open the way back to him. That petty trick already cost you your left arm.
This剣には情報体を混乱させ干渉する力がある。他の相手だとせいぜい鋭さが増すだけだが、お前が相手だと切られたら最後傷は二度と治らなくなるだろう。なぜこんなことに。
Save it. We're not sitting through another speech. So tell me, how many more times do we need to kill you? Ah, I almost forgot. You can't regenerate anymore, can you? Then I'll return your words to you. I raised my right hand and pointed at the enemy. The answer is just one. We only need to kill you one more time.
分析員とニューガントラを傷つけた罪、滅んで償ってもらうから。
お前に逃げ道はない。
Okay. Oh, there's two bosses. All right. I guess I'll continue then. This is a very long story, by the way. It's very, very long.
Kabbuko nashi ni 戦場に踏み入る資格なし。情報。
Okay, it doesn't really make sense if I use the Haru that's a butkus. Maybe I'll replay this. Yeah, I think I'll replay this. Once Octave Drive Haru comes out.
今回は絶対に逃がさないから。
The creature tried to unfurl new wings and escape, but with a single shot, Mia blasts them apart. In an instant, Radiant fragments shattered like stardust across the cosmos, then rained down in a storm that drove it crashing to the ground.
分析員春音今だよ。
分かった。とどめは自分が。
Step up beside Haru.
分析。
Let's end this together, Haru. Grasp her hand, riding the tight around the hilt.
万感の思いを光と化し剣に宿れ。来航英語断絶。
私はまだ終わっていない。
His last words faded into silence. The collapse began, radiating outward from the gaping void in his chest. With a thunderous crash that echoes through the void, the colossus born of fear finally felt. Its form unraveled piece by piece, boiling away into searing light, and with it came a violent gale that howled through the hollow space. Even the void itself seems scorned, cleaned by the blast, its colors draining like the sea, pulling back from the fading shore. As her consciousness wavered on the edge of the oblivion, she heard the words whisper beside her. Then a gentle radiance wrapped around her.
ここは分析員は。
When she opened her eyes again, no one stood beside her. Yet, traces of Yujita Kyujo lingered in the air all around. Suddenly, a tulip hairpin in her palm glowed with faint light. He must be ahead. The thought steadied her racing heart. She brushed stardust from her clothes and set off towards the tunnel's end. Oddly, with each step, the world shifted more rapidly around her. A pink tulip bloomed at her feet. Then a second, a third. Before she knew it, she stood in a boundless sea of blossoms. Halfway down the winding path, two figures emerges, familiar yet hard to place. They were the same hazy silhouettes who once guided her through the black hole. But this time, the mist has lifted, and their face came clearly into view. one with her father, the man she never had a chance to say goodbye to, and beside him stood a woman. Her memories of her went faint, but those ember eyes, so those like her own, told her everything she needs to know. When she was just a toddler, still learning to walk, her entire world has been held in that woman's gentle arms. Before she could ever think, a soft whisper escaped her lips.
父さん、母さんも。なんで？
Her voice caught, thick with emotion.
自分の奥底の記憶ということか。そんなこと言われなくても分かっている。自分は過去を忘れて前に進むと決めたんだから。でももう少しだけここにいてほしい。父さんと母さんに話したいことがいっぱい。
Before she could finish, she was pulled into a warm embrace. It was a long missed embrace from her mother. Her father only watched, a smile of gentle release on his face, one she had never seen before.
父さん、母さん、ありがとう。自分を産んでくれて、栄誉と優しさを教えてくれて、家を支えてくれて、育ててくれて、ありがとう。おかげで強くて立派な大人になれたよ。だから今の自分は胸を張って、あの時言えずに心の奥に押し込めていた言葉をようやく言える。ありがとう。誇りに思ってもらえる 立派な大人になれたよ。
And so her final farewell settled not on an apology, but on gratitude. The regret she once carried was replaced by resolve, the will to live on and to carry their light forward. It felt as a warm hand rested on her shoulders, then gently pushed her forward. She began to walk again. The unseen force carried her onward, down the path of blooming flowers.
さようなら。
She didn't know how long she walked after that. At last, she reached the edge of the oceans of flowers.
分析。怪我はないか？
I'm fine.
それはよかった。ところで、ここは？
It's an emergency passage created by my inner mind. To keep it stable, I split everyone into different starting points, but don't worry, every path leads to the same destination. But by now, Yuga should already have the exit back to reality waiting for us there.
そうか。
By the way, Haru,
どうかしたのか？
this time, you really said your goodbyes, didn't you?
ああ。きちんと別れを告げてきた。
Feels a little too bright in here, doesn't it?
ああ。そうだな。
It's okay to cry now, Haru.
うん。
There's no one else here. You don't have to hold it in anymore.
Suma, 見苦しいところを見せてしまって。
Nothing to apologize for, Haru. Losing a loved one is bound to hurt. It's perfectly normal to feel sad.
でも、分析員の件でありながら、こんなことを。
You haven't changed, Haru. Always so hard on yourself. Even the sharpest blade grows weary and long for the warm embrace of its scabbard. You're already very brave. It's alright to bend a little once in a while.
分析。
Just for now, while you're in my arms, set down the weight of your duty. You keep calling yourself my blade, but I know better. What's trembling in my arms isn't some cold, unfeeling weapon. It's a girl who's hurt, who's grieved, who's cried when she missed her parents. Wouldn't your parents want you to be true to your feelings? Crying for the people you love doesn't make you weak. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You've been strong for so long. I'm proud of you, Haru. So let it out. Cry as loud as you want. Not as my sword, but as a girl. My girl. Afterwards, with a warmth still between us, we began our journey back.
ちょっと、分析員も春姉も遅すぎ。もしかして、こっそりイチャイチャしてたとかじゃないよね。
A faint brush rose of Haru's cheeks, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. She gently slipped her arms through mine. The movement was natural and intimate, completely unlike her flustered reaction when Mia first teased her. This time, she was composed and at ease. Okay, there's no voiceover. I thought she would say something, but okay.
分析員さん、出口の準備が整いました。
Even if it's a little bit. Even if it's a little bit. Sorry to keep you waiting.
全員揃ったな。じゃあ帰るか。
みんなで一緒に帰ろう。
We turned and started towards the exit that would return us to reality. But one girl fell behind. She slowed to a stop, hoping no one would notice until... I knew it.
分析
Mia, you're staying, aren't you?
あはは、やっぱりバレたか。
You really thought that bluff would work on me? I expected better from you.
ごめんなさい。
待て、ここに残るってまさか降車システムを再起動するためにここに残るというのか。
Haru caught on. The mastermind was gone, but the damage remained. We were right back where we started.
さっきユガと確認したよ。現在の最高権限者は私なの。だからこの任務は私がやるしかないっしょ。
他に方法はないのか。出てからまた対策を考えるとか。
残念ですか？広宇宙が完全に崩壊する前に再起動を完了しなければなりません。
Yuka shook her head.
さもなくば、すべての昇格体データが完全に失われます。
He was right, and it was the one problem we could not bypass.
もう心配しすぎ。黒い渦に突っ込んでコアぶっ壊すとかに比べたら楽勝っしょ。
Mia patted her chest, trying to lighten the mood with a breezy tone.
こう見えても私立派な覚醒者なんだから、10年なんて余裕余裕。カルパナさんにできるならニューガントラの後継者である私にだってできるっしょ。自分磨きのいい機会だよ。これって少年漫画の主人公みたいじゃん。10年後ここから出たら全ての覚醒者よりも強くなってるし、休憩中にリアル RPG のシナリオに今回の冒険内容を組み入れよっかな。いろいろと細かいところを書き足さないといけないけどね。 ニューガントラのヒーローを助けたり、彼を追いかけて恋する乙女の話にするんだから。これだけでもずっと長い時間が必要なんだから。
Her voice grew softer, and her fists slowly tightened.
いろんな物語も書けるし、そういうことができるだけで最後まで頑張れる。大丈夫だよ。多分。
Reach out and gently place a hand on her head. That's right. You'll do great, Mia.
分析員？
We haven't known each other that long, but no matter how you see yourself, there's one thing I know for sure. The girl who once chased after her hero is now the true hero of New Hentaro. And to me, she's already a true manifestation.
私もヒームダルに入って覚醒者になりたい。輝く幕をくぐり抜け、暗闇の扉を開けて、軍勢よ、万物を包み込め。任務を終えたら必ず戻ってくるからね。さっきの覚醒者になるのを諦めるって話、撤回してもいい？だから私決めたの。合体でも昇格者でもなく覚醒者になるって。もうそんなこと言われたらいけなくなっちゃうじゃん。それにそれは私のセリフだし。分析員がこの町に来る前、私の世界は色あせてた。あなたが現れてくれたから自分の夢にちゃんと向き合えた。そして人生の目標が見えたの。だから分析員が私の真のヒーローなんだよ。
She brushed away her tears and forced a stubborn smile.
安心して、ヒーローから託された任務だもん。絶対ちゃんとやり遂げてみせるから。ただ一つだけお願いしてもいい？
What is it? A tear slipped from her lashes as she tilted her head, scattering on the floor like stardust.
私が目を覚ました瞬間、目の前にいて。
Guess that?
本当は他にもあるけど、今はこれだけにしとくね。
No problem. It's a promise.
じゃあそういうことで。約束だからね。
She shook her pinky around mine and shook it hard again and again, as if trying to carve the promise into our very souls. And at that emotional moment, she let go. She turned and stepped into the starlight stairs, the path into the divergent cosmos. However, halfway up, she stopped. As if struck by a sudden thought, she looked back. Her crimson eyes, the pain of parting admirations and determinations, burned like scarlet meteor showers across the night. From that height, she leaped, drifting towards me like a falling petal. Instinctively, she opened my arms. Her cheeks flushed as she inspected the lip gloss printed she left on my lips, clearly proud of her work. And with a grin, she said,
私が目を覚ますまで、その後消しちゃダメだからね。
She then turned, stepping forward with an unwavering resolve, and walked into the blinding light. But only I could see. Her heart was still trembling.
キロ宇宙再起動プログラムが間もなく起動します。分析員さん、ハルさん、そろそろログアウトしてください。
Give me a little more time.
システム崩壊の進捗 50% 以上。このままだと。
Even so, buy me a little more time. I can't let anything happen to her. Yuga read my intentions instinctively. I meant to follow Mia into the world of void.
わかりました。5分だけ何とかします。
Thank you. 5 minutes is enough to get in and find her.
先に言っておきますが、たとえそこに残留すると決めたとしても、権限所持者がミヤさんであれば、かかる時間が短くなることはありません。それから、世界が生成される時の乱流は依然として発生します。ダメージを受けることはありませんが、意識が乱れる恐れがあります。
Like in Valhalla, without top clearance, I might scatter into countless Titan particles drifting through that space. But this wasn't an apocalyptic for me as it sounds. As long as my mind endures, it will only be a matter of time before I regenerate a physical body. It has happened to me many times before.
彼は決して約束を破らない。
Haru stood firm at my side, took my hand, and pressed it to her warm cheek.
分析、行ってきてくれ。彼女には分析員の助けが必要だから。
I met her eyes, clear as the blue sky, given a solemn nod, and turned towards the light.
帰ってきた時は空もきっと晴れやかになってるから。
As she walked through the empty corridor, Mia's steps began to falter. She wasn't as sure as herself as before, doubt stirring in her heart now that she was truly walking the void. Even her sighs was swallowed by the silence.
何もない世界だね。
Suddenly, a warm hand landed on her shoulder. Wahoo! I greeted her about borrowing her own catchphrase.
なんでここに？
My turn to give you a scare.
びっくりしてないし、分析員に会って嬉しくなっただけだもん。
Her eyes lit up, stars sparkled in their depths, while the ears atop her head gave a joyful wiggle. But in the next heartbeat, her joy froze. A frozen seized her brow. Just as Yuka has warned, the turbulence tried to tear me away. Don't worry, it won't affect my body in reality, but I might not able to stay long.
じゃあ分析員は？
Mia, don't move. I took her hand and drew her into my arms.
分析員？
Eh? You weren't this shy when you kissed me earlier.
だって。
You don't get to tease me and run. Close your eyes. Don't open them until I say so. I held her close, my heartbeat racing like a drum in my chest. At last, the gift I had prepared with such a care unfolded before her eyes. You can open them now. She opened her eyes, a clear blue sky stretched outside before her. Sunlight poured through the drifting clouds, wrapping the two of us in warmth.
綺麗な空。
The gentle breeze, the clear daylight. Everything was tore apart into the empty void we just left behind. I dressed this empty world up like a little with my ability. I can only recreate places I actually been, but it should do for your graduation trip.
卒業旅行。
You just graduated, didn't you?
この前まで卒業したら何をしようかなって考えてたの。
Then decide after the trip.
何言ってんの？私もう決めたじゃん。卒業したら覚醒者になってヘイムダルに入るって。だから分析員の光を追いかけ続けるよ。
The extensive projection drained the last of my energy. My form began to flicker under the turbulence. Looks like my time's up. The invisible barrier began to rise between us. Our voice grew faint until we can no longer hear each other at all.
待って。せめて最後ちゃんと顔を見せて。ただあなたの微笑みを覚えていたいの。私やっぱり分析員のことが大好き。
A breeze skimmed across the rooftop. She only remained in this space.
もう分析員から大切なものをたくさんもらったのに、最後に大事なことすら伝えられないなんて。でも大丈夫。きっとまたチャンスはある。私にはわかる。分析員はまだこの世界のどこかにいるって。だから追いかけていればいつかまた会えるはず。分析員、ミアの卒業旅行が始まるよ。きっと長い長い旅になるんだろうな。いつ再会できるかわからない、そんな旅。なのにこの思いはさらに強まっていく。そう、あなたへの思いは色褪せない。大昔から存在する星のようにずっと輝き続ける。記憶の夜空で優しく優しく光り続ける。
Gently lift Mia.
ずっとずっと歩いてたら旅の5年目で私の心はようやく落ち着いた。喧騒も不安もなくなり、迷って眠れない夜も消えていった。だけどあの光の中の姿にまだ心が揺れてしまう。ある夜、夢の中で私はもう一度彼を見た。でもやっぱりぼんやりしてて、ああ、もう少し近づけたらいいのに。もっと顔を見せてよ。思わず腕を伸ばしてた。呼吸もだんだん速くなる。指先から意識が羽ばたく蝶みたいに飛んでいく。まるで海の水面から昇ってくる朝日のように、この夢から抜け出そうとしているみたいだった。久しぶりに胸の奥がときめいて、私はそのときめきを抱きしめて必死に目を開いた。
Morning, Mia.
おはよう、分析員。私、予定より早く起きたの？
He weakly stretched out a hand from beneath the covers and rubbed her eyes. Not quite, but for the next 5 years, I'll be right here by your side. Sorry it took me so long, Mia. A smile bloomed across her face.
私、追いついたの？それとも、分析員が見つけてくれたの？
Clumsy, she whispered away her tears, but they just kept falling. Oh. No matter how wide the world is, as long as we keep walking towards each other, even the slimmest chance will turn into destiny. I reached for her hand and held it tight. Anyway, for the next 5 years, I'll stay by your side as your adjustant, walking this path with you.
分析員ってだけじゃないよ。分析員は私のヒーローで初恋の人だし。だからこれからの5年、これからもずっと一緒にもっともっとキュンキュンする思い出いっぱい作ろうね。
And so the girl's lonely journey finally came to an end. And a new journey shared by two souls unfolded in a newborn light. Later. Sunlight spilled through the window, casting a soft glow with the girl by the bedside. Her lashes trembled, but her eyes didn't open. After countless battles and sleepless vigil, she was spent. But her hand never let go. Fingers curled tightly around mine, as if they were the last thread tying her to this world. Then, slowly opening her eyes. The flutter of my lashes stirred all her senses awake at once. The weariness of her face melted away in an instant, giving way to a gaze full of quiet affection.
おかえり、分析員。
Tears slipped down her cheeks, falling softly onto the pillow beneath my head. She was crying, yet in the morning, her face shone like a clear sky after rain. You were right. It really is a perfect Haru day. Her shyness vanished as she drew herself into my arms. Her weight settled against my chest, warm and steady, a quiet kind of peace. Yeah, I'm Haru. I held her tight, letting the warmth of our reunion melt into the sunlight. And as if awakened by the warmth, Mia slowly opened her eyes beside us. And on that gentle, light-filling morning, a new story began. That was way too long. Since I'm already here, I might as well finish the files, but I don't know how long this will be. Two weeks after Mia and I woke up, order in the new Hetero slowly began to return. Yuka kept her promise. Soon after the reboot, she shared the Divergence Cosmos core technology and helped us rebuild Yogurt's database. As for the Master Key, with Mia and bearers to join Heimdall, it eventually found its way back into my hands. And with that, the world's three most powerful AIs were finally united. On the last day before winter deepens, Yuka visited Yggdrasil as a new Hentaro official envoy. But as an AI, she showed little interest in the prompt ceremony, neither did I. So once the formalities ended, we coincidentally met at the roof of the Yggdrasil building, the point of Hall's closet to New Hentaro. Taking in the view? Not bad, huh? Holmes holds his own against New Hentaro, I say.
空気中に漂っているタイタン物質の濃度からすると、確かにニューガントラほど綺麗ではありませんが。
Radical candor, huh?
ここはもっと賑やかで温かい気がします。システムの引き継ぎ完了。ユグドラシルに降車システムの全権限を付与しました。
Thanks for that. By the way, is Gorge still in the towers of Hanoi?
初代の降車意識体でしたら自己削除されたと判明しました。事件再現を行った後、本来の意識ではこれらの仕事を遂行できないと判断し、全意識モジュールを消して基本計算構造のみを保留すると決めました。そのため今後は私が合車意識体の全機能を受け継ぎ、人類との交流を担当します。
See, after all that, it still choose to step away. Congrats on the promotion though. So, should I keep calling you Yuko or switch to Gouge?
お好きなように。私にとっては合車の方が好ましいのですが。
Oh my god, I already screwed up. I said Gouge, Gorge or something. Gorge it is done.
わかりました。もしかしてほっとしていますか？
When you took that name, it felt inherited, like a legacy. Almost human in a way.
理解できません。これは標準的なシステムアップデートであり、初代合車には感情モジュールが搭載されていないため、何に対しても何かを受け継ぐという考えはありません。
Maybe not, but humans get sentimental about things like that.
これは良いことだとは思えません。効率の観点からも最適な選択とは言えません。それに観察データに基づけば あなたも感情に左右されるタイプではないはずです。
Oh? What makes you think that?
起源種との決戦の前にあなたはすでに予測していたはずです。ハルさんが黒い渦から脱出し、勝負どころで敵に致命の一撃を与えると。
Of course I plan for contingency. I don't gamble with my team's lives.
やはりそうでしたか。
Still, in terms of calculation, the current gorge is just as sharp. You already knew Mia was a half manifestation, didn't you? And months ago, you turned a blind eye when she slipped to the surface, didn't you?
当時、私はまだ生成されていませんでしたが、豪者の記録を解析した結果、確かにその通りでした。
Spare me the formalities. You sent her out so that we would encounter. The whole bit of about abandoning plans to develop our own manifestations was just misdirect to lower our guard. And you never once mentioned the top clearance linkage built into that exosuit.
すべてお見通しなのですね。はい。最初の計画では、ミヤさんが最後の切り札でした。
In case I, with all the clearance, went rogue. I gave a teasing wave and she answered bluntly.
調査結果によると、あなたは夜、サフィール、豪者を味方につけ、覚醒者の力やユグドラシルの財力まで手にしています。これほどの力が一人の手に集まっているとなると、それに伴う危険性も無視できません。
So you kept a fail safe in case I went too far.
はい。ですが、これまでの経緯を踏まえるなら、この結論は再検証の余地があると判断されます。元の計画は侵入者に妨げられましたが、あなたの決断と努力のおかげで、すべて許容範囲内に収まったと言えるでしょう。それに、3人の最高権限者の中で、あなたが最も優秀です。
Isn't that flattery?
そのように定義して満足できるのなら、それで構いません。
The corner of her mouth curved into a faint smile. It was the first time I ever seen her wear one. Looks like that emotion module of yours could use an upgrade. Beyond sarcasm, I mean.
わかりました。ニーズを記録しました。それから、もう一つだけ聞きたいことがあります。最初から計画に気づいていたのでしたら、なぜ知らないふりをして我々に合わせたのですか？
Part of me wasn't sure. Not until you just confirmed it.
やはり、あなたの用心深さは計り知れませんね。
And the rest of me doesn't really care.
これは、今までのあなたの行動基準に反しています。
Fair enough. You see me as logical, but to me, do you remember what I said at the tower at Hanoi? What makes us human is that we risk everything for the ones we care about, even when there's no optimal path ahead. I didn't turn from those doubts. I choose to trust, knowing full well what it might cost. To be human is to believe what matters, even when others call it irrational. That's my choice, and the manifestations too.
覚醒者の選択。
Then what about Gore's choice? What do you wish for?
最初の指示は、カルパナさんの意志に従い、全員が共に生きられる世界を作ることでした。もちろん、今の最優先は、あなたを支援することですが。
I'm not asking for a directive or a protocol. I'm asking for your wish.
私の
She paused, eyes half closed, as if searching herself for the answer.
思いつきました。人類と本当の会話をしてみたいです。人類の笑顔や涙、データでは読み取れない感情を本当の意味で理解したいです。こんな風にあなたたちと生き続けて、この温かい世界を共に守りたいです。
It was a wish no machine should hold, yet so pure it struck something deep within me. She likely didn't even know why such feelings had surfaced, and yet it wasn't impossible to explain. Bush is an AI with self-direct learning. Perhaps in that instinct, she was evolving beyond her code. In that case, let's keep fighting side by side, because that's just happened to be my next plan.
それは
To gather every thread of strength. Bush's power to simulate the future. Yoker's ability to intervene against potential threats. Sapphire's command over Titagens. And every possibility is still out there, I say. In short, everything we're doing now is preparation for what's coming. The biting wind from the north is rising again.
世界を封じている氷に細い亀裂ができつつある。静かなる崩壊がもうすぐ大地の根幹を切り裂こうとしている。
つまりあの男はニューガントラを手中に収めたというわけか。
はい、司令官。エッタを除く全ての AI はユグドラッシュルの支配下にあります。
大したもんだ。2ヶ月もすれば我々の縄張りまで奪われてしまうかもしれんね。
司令官。
だが分析よ、その異常な成長、そろそろ止めさせてもらう。
フワルナ東部軍区を統御するロザン・フワルナ長き潜伏の歳月を経て、その影は今もなお大陸を覆い、タイタンの力を貪り続けてきた。そして今、手先に集めさせたそのタイタンの精髄により、北の地に君臨するこの支配者は、ついに完全なる羽化を遂げる。その天を覆い尽くす暗黒の翼は、再びイエロ社の空を覆い隠すだろう。
恐怖が疫病のように広がり、憎しみは血の中でうごめき、絶望は晴れることのない暗雲となる。そして今、悪意は一つに集まり、裁きの術を得た。分析員さん、あなたにされたことは全て覚えているぞ。
神秘に満ちた真空の果てで、孤独な少女はそうつぶやいた。人類を救うという宿命を背負った彼女は、皮肉にも運命に翻弄され、ついには人類の敵へと落ちていった。
終焉の時、間もなく来たれり、深淵に身を投じよ。あのお方の呼びかけに応えよ。己 恐るることも悲しむこともなかれ。神は皆を受け入れたり、神は人を深く愛したもうゆえに。
一方、とある偏僻な療養院で元降臨団の聖女ソフィー、彼女は静かに誰かの訪れを待っているようだ。そして今でも彼女がささやいた祈りの言葉のように静かに幕を閉じようとしている。
Okay. That was the longest story event I have ever done. I think it's because the only reason is because this story has been dragging on for way too long. I don't meant like Snowbreak as a whole. I meant this event. Like I never played. You could say I played this long. I never been this long for over 6 hours. Oh my god, that's crazy. But if you guys been here for quite some time, please leave a like, because I left this recording for quite some time and there was no breaks beyond there except like for one time. But even then, that makes it even longer for this video to go on. And subscribe to this channel if you haven't already, because I've been doing this for quite some time, so please. And if you are subbed to this channel, share this video. Also helps me a lot because, you know, I had this video for way too long. With any case, hope to see you guys in the next video. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be 2 more videos that could be much longer, just as long as this. Maybe shorter, less shorter, I'm not sure. Only because Octave Drive Haru, she's gonna be coming out, and there's gonna be a rerun, so that's gonna happen as well. So leave a like, subscribe, comment down below what do you think, and share this video. And I will see you guys in the next video. This video is already dragged on way too long. Anyway, take care everyone.